Yo, yo, yo. How's it going, everyone? Chatters in the chat, how's it going? I might have yelled into the mic a bit much, but... Oh, my gosh, we are too zoomed in here. But, what is up, guys? I just still have lotion on my face for moisturizing, because stay moisturized, guys. Fun intro to our post YCS Niagara stream. Of course, I did go to YCS Niagara over the weekend with my man, that Salty Fry, goated mod in the chat. We live like essentially an hour to an hour and a half respectively from where YCS Niagara took place. So like it was actually the first time in my life I've been able to go to a YCS and then be able to go back to my house after day one. So that was pretty cool, honestly. Not gonna lie, I'd be down with I'd be down with doing that more. So yeah, we're gonna go through my experience with the YCS because it was an eventful YCS. I had some firsts, at least, for my competitive career. Maybe not the first I wanted, but well, I mean, it's respectable because I did get a written feature match versus Jesse Kotton round 3, which I realized afterwards that was his first round of the day because he just gets a 2-round bye every YCS, so I didn't realize that. So no, it was a fun game too against Jesse. I'm not gonna spoil it, but you know, there were definitely things I want to review because I think I could have played the game definitely better. We did go to game 3. and I'm proud of how I played. I just feel like there were definitely moments I could have played better, and that's always the best thing. There was no video feature match, unfortunately, guys. So I feel like that this would have been like, I'm not trying to be biased or anything, but I feel like this had a good chance of being the video feature match. So I feel like, you know, I'm not saying I was robbed of that, but like it definitely is unfortunate that essentially they do not stream the YCSs in Europe, notoriously Konami. So for like, it seems like to me on the from the outside, it seems from budget reasons, because you would have to pay all the camera crew to come over across the border, you know, yada yada yada. It would be good to have those things dedicated, of course, but you know, YCSs are from Konami's pocket. We do have to realize that. And no, it was not streamed. What's up, Davis? Go 9 in the chat. How's it going? What's up, Slendermancer? What's up? What's up, No Vanity? No stream for YCS Niagara was the dumbest decision ever. I mean, I agree, because it was the biggest like Canadian YCS. It was still only a below 900 person YCS. Like, to me, it felt like a big regional, but like I loved it. It was cool. 900 person YCS, that's cool, man. It's like a regional at that point. And they ran it really well, and there were like the best players in the game. Literally, like all the best players in the game were in that room. Even some of the best Europeans. Like I met my man Rico, who got top 16 with kashtira Snake Eye. I hope his deck profile's out by the time the streams, before the stream's done, because we can watch it on stream. We're gonna watch Pax, I think top 16 Centurion list that he went like 14-0 with, like insane. Like, so good for Pac. And he was the only Centurion player, because that was like, I guess, a meta call, because it's a very good deck into Mulcharmy. So yeah, no, that is kind of where we are. Dust plus face, there we go. So that's where we're at, and I do want so what do you guys want to see? Do you guys want me to go over the Jesse Kotton feature match first, or do you guys want me to go over my deck list? This isn't even gonna be like uploaded as a VOD. I'm just gonna show you guys what I ran, because it's basically, I think, the list I would run for the rest of this format outside of like 1 or 2 changes. So I do think I want to review that. It's nothing like, because I didn't top, you know, let's just get that out of the way, unfortunately. But, you know, I do want to go over my rounds and then my experience, because I got their check-in day 1. I had to like just check in and basically leave, essentially. And I ended up getting my 3rd QCR Aluber, which was cool. So now we are running QCR Alubers in the deck. If you guys have been following my deck profiles, they're usually ultis, but been wanting to get the QCRs, because like I have like QCR Super Polys, like it should be just QCR and Starlighted out. And I'm proud of this list, actually. It's a very good list, but I essentially lost to my own misplays. And okay, you guys want to see the deck list first, and then we will review the game against Mr. Kotton himself. It was very nice. It was a fun duel, and he's such a good duelist, man. Like, it's crazy. Like, it's you know, like, it can't be understated, honestly. Like, he does not misplay. He plays his decks perfectly. So it's very much, you just have to be on your best game against like a player like Jesse, or you're just not gonna do well. And you know, I think it was a fun game, and I'm glad I got the written feature match too. Like, that's something, like I said, I haven't been on there yet. I've only been to, I think, like 3 YCSs at this point. I don't count YCS Philly as a YCS I went to, because I went there, but I wasn't even able to play at YCS Philly, so that's not really a YCS I even, I mean, I did play, but I got my round 1, basically. Like, oh, we got the time wrong. So, like, if you're starting a YCS, X1 or X1, like, because of something like that, that's not even a real run in my opinion. But either way, we're gonna go over the list. It's a very good list. I also got some European swaps. We got a German Light and Darkness Dragon Lord. Was very happy about that. Shout out to my man Merlin. Check him out whenever he's at events, because he'll swap you cards for trades, that your English copies. And then I also shout out to Rico. This was after we got we got some really good Italian food, like really, really good. And he just was like, you guys need swaps? I'm like, yeah, why not? Let's check it out. And he had the one swap I've been looking for, the Borrelode, the in German Borrelode. I love the German cards, like the German language. I love how it sounds, like Wutdrash, Kalab, I definitely just butchered that. Sorry, my German viewers. I love you guys, but this card's great and it looks great in Euro. You guys know I love my Euro prints, so my deck is just slowly becoming all Euro. I need to get Euro Guignol Starlights and Albalanetus, and then my whole extra deck is actually Euro print, so that's really cool. And then the main deck is obviously getting there as well. Got Sam's Area, the Water Charmers. Also, guys, we're gonna talk about this. Don't at me in the chat. I mean, you can, but like, what's your first thought if you see a Snake Eye Core in my bulk? I think I also had a Flame Burge, but like, it's whatever. I don't know where it went. Yeah, no, I think we're going to start trying to attempt to play other decks, but we'll get into that later as well. Never going to quit Branded, I do want to say that, but, you know, I think there's some things to be said about playing Branded this format. I still think it's amongst the best of the non-fire decks. I just think with things like Impulse, it's currently pretty tough to go into, like, a 14-round event and play Branded and never misplay, because that's what... If you can top with Branded, you just have to be on... You have to be on your toes, man. Like, if you're having an off day, it's not going to be a great, it's not going to be good. Or if you let tilt get to you, you know, after you misplay in an important feature match. Yeah, no, so we're gonna go through all of that. And it's Sunday. I feel like I'm not going to be able to stream tomorrow, so we're going to just be able to do that. I want to get everything in right now. Oh, thanks for subscribing, Volt in the chat. Oh shit, yo, how's it going, Volt? Subscribing on YouTube. Oh, I have to... Okay, so yeah, no, apparently Twitch is right now in sub only mode, which is unfortunate. So I don't know. I don't think GZ1K also... How's it going, GZ1K? How's it going? What's up, Devin Reeves in the chat? Lee Warrior, who has Centurion Sheep? Yeah, no, I was, like, debating on picking up the Centurion core before, like, people knew Pack was on the deck, because I was at the event, so I was like, okay, I just know. Like, everyone knew Pack. So, like, I could have just picked up the core cheap. I'm assuming they've gone up now. I don't... We're going to have to talk about the Centurion list. We're going to review it. I'm going to... Because Pack released his deck list. I really want to see it, so we're gonna live stream it. Shout out to Pack, obviously, link to it and everything. But because I want, you know, I don't think Centurion is gonna be the list for everybody this format. Pack is an insane player, and that is still a tier 2 deck. I think it's like the best tier 2 deck into the current crop of hand traps. And this was an event where people were like, Fualos is our new maxi. We have to spend $200 on a single copy of Fualos. And guess what? Boxes of Rage were going for 150 to 180 at some of the vendors at YCS Niagara. People were going crazy for Fualosses. My one friend, shout out to Volt, his friend that we've all traded with, he pulled a QCR Fualos, like, out of a box, though. So, like, he definitely made his money back. How's it going, Volt? Yes, no way, he said YouTube. Hey, yo, what's up, Baby Otter Games? It wasn't streamed, it was just written coverage. How was Super Poly? And also, did you get drolled a lot? I got Jesse Kotton drew into droll his first game, and that was the only time I ever like saw a droll in rotation. He never resolved it, and I think that it's a really good card into this format. I think it's a really good card into this deck, but like people aren't really on it because of Mulcharmy. I thought the good players were really on it. Like you saw, like my boy Carlo, who came very close to topping, and he basically tops every other event he goes to. He was also running Droll, and you see Cotton, like I mentioned, run Droll. So I think Droll is still very good, even if you run the Mulcharmies, apparently, because you're like, okay, either I see Mulcharmy or you're not drawing, or I can choose if I want to Mulcharmy you or Droll here. I don't know if that's actually ever I just like slurred over my words. I don't ever think that's actually a debate, honestly. I think you always Mulcharmy, but Dana Hamilton or Niagara, yeah, no. My deck's already full Euro, says GZ1K. So GZ, you have to tell me as the resident European in the chat, do you really like American print cards? Because I've heard that from, like, Europeans love to swap cards at American events because they love how American cards look, and we love how European cards look, so we're just like always swapping cards. But I thought the list was amazing, guys. Like I said, if it weren't for any misplays, I think I would have probably at least made it to the end of day 1. And that might sound high, but I got to round 7, you know, and I dropped at X3. So it's like, it's one of those things where I've got to, if you're gonna run branded, you just have to be on your A game, man, and just prepare for that. And this is, I think, the best way to run 60 card branded. I did so much testing. I'm very confident in this build, and I think there's like 1 or 2 things, like I mentioned before, that we're gonna go over. Also, we're gonna go over what were we gonna go over? We're gonna go over the Jesse Kotton written feature match, because yeah, no, so that was written up, and then we might play some DB if there's some time, of course. How's it going, Long John, in the chat, my man? Him drawing Dominus hurts. Yeah, you read the feature. Yeah, he drew Dominus like it was his job. But like, if you read like all of Jesse's like his breakdown of his run, he just saw like, he saw Fuelos in like 2 out of 3 games each game or something, or like Impulse, and it's just like, that's just how Fire King is. It's mad consistent. You get to draw into your non-engine very easily with that deck. It's a very I see why it won the YCS. I do think Fire King is the best deck of the format. I think there's like no debating. I mean, there's some debate. Obviously, Snake Eye Azamina, very good. Tenpai, very good. Those are the 3 best decks, though. They're all in their own range. I think Yubel is a little worse, but you saw Yubel. There's a lot with Yubel, so maybe Yubel's also in that crop. It's just probably the worst of those 4. And then everything else is like a tier. Like there's like those decks are S tier. Then there's A tier where there's like Centurion maybe. And like, you know, these like weird decks we saw top, and then everything else, you know, then there's like Branded, Labyrinth, I think Plants and stuff, because we saw Julius and another person. Shout out to Julius. He came over here from Europe to come crush us with Plants, and he got top 32 or top 16, one of the 2. Or no, he lost to Kotton actually after double bricking, and that's like, it's just like Branded, man. I saw the Kotton tweet. He's like, he double bricked to me. It's like, wow, he just like me for real with Branded, because sometimes that's just like the reality of running a deck like Branded or like Plants at a large event. You're just gonna inevitably see the unplayable hand of like Super Poly, Book, Thrust, which you have to run, Called By, which you should run in a Branded in red. Like, this is like probably what he saw, or what he saw. I mean, even this, like, this isn't even a brick, because I can just set these and then just like hope to turn skip my opponent and draw into something. But I have to sort my deck, so we will get into the deck list now. I just want to address what we are kind of doing today. Of course. Oh yeah, Alba Lunatus was not in my main deck, but I had to keep switching the sleeves out, obviously, because that's the policy. But yeah, no, these were in my side deck, of course, Blazing Masquerade and Alba Lunatus. I think Alba should have been my main deck, honestly. It came up against Tenpai. I played against 3 Tenpai, so, and you guys can assume what my losses were too at that point. But we'll talk about all that, of course. Shout out to this OTS Field Center I got for topping my locals, guys. They asked me what my greatest accomplishment was in Yu-Gi-Oh! And like, they didn't even have to ask Jesse. And then like, also, I was just like, I was about to say, I've won my weekly cube a few times. No, I mean, I've topped like regionals, but that's never like, you know, regional tops. I feel like that's basically what I said. But who has Centurion cheap is funny. Alex T, what are y'all thoughts about running Heroic Seal and Branded? It's really good for like the synchro variant, which like I think is not bad. I think it's just not my preferred. I still prefer pure Branded, frankly. That's just kind of the reality of the situation. I think that Branded Synchro has a really good time into these like Fiendsmith decks, which can apply to Snake Eye and Yubel. And but they have almost no playability against Tenpai and Fire King. So, you know, these decks that don't put darks in the graveyard at all. So when you're running a deck full of like 20 bestials, it's kind of tough to justify in a format when like the two best decks arguably in the room don't even, like, your bestials aren't going to be able to extend off of. So yeah, no, but Hieratic Seals you could potentially run in pure branded if you want to like have maybe a shifter option or something, or I'm not even sure if I would ever run in pure branded, to be honest. But you know, branded synchro is something you could certainly try out, and I know some people, like some of my channel members, just prefer branded synchro. I mean, I think overall, like I said, if you want the best performance, best consistency, pure, but if you want to have the experimentation, try out branded synchro, because you get to run cool cards like Dissipator, SP Little Knight. I finally picked up a Dissipator, guys, my own Dissipator over the weekend. So yes, I will be trying to. I think Dissipator is one of the cards you can actually get away with in pure branded though, because it's like really good. You can thanks for following Resurgram. Also, I'm going to have to change the settings for the Twitch chat quickly, but Seal is mid and branded, says Epon. Best board under Furos is Cartesia Quem Control. It's either Cartesia or Quem Control, or like against Kotton. I made Sanctifier with then went Nadir and then set a red off of the Albion. I set with like a Cartesia, I think, on board or something. And then I went branded in red and he goes Impulse. So it's just like, what can you do? I gave him one draw, right? So it's like, I think I had Gimmick Lock, and I also had Mercurier in hand with a Cartesia, so I still had an insulated board. I think, and that's the thing, like, I think Branded is actually one of the best decks under Fua Loss. So I think Branded will continue to be a good deck. You know, I made a tweet thread where maybe I was dooming a little bit, but also I do think that Branded does have its issues in this exact format. So I think that we do have to consider those weaknesses when we see Impulse, Fire King, and Tenpai as the best deck. So we just have to prepare for those things. And then also, like, hey man, if you don't play Branded this format, I wouldn't blame you. But like I said, it is one of the best decks. Like, you just have to not misplay that are non-fire. Like, I think you can win your games very easily. Like, one of the Tenpai losses, I definitely had a kill shot. Like, we can talk about that. I just like was feeling tilt from my previous game before that. So, hope everyone's doing good, though. MetaGamesGX is the Dogmatica engine, Nadir plus Maximus, good and branded. It is incredible, especially into Fua Loss. I think that if you are playing branded, you should probably be running Nadir Servant right now. It gives you really good lines into Fua Loss. You don't give them... You give them one draw if you summon Quem off of the Titaniclad that you end up sending off of Maximus. Which is not, that's a 1-for-1, right? You don't trade any, and then if you want, you can just go Brand Fusion, make Sanctifier, and then you give them 2 draws, and then you get full combo, and I don't think that's like a bad trade. But you know, it's dangerous against like the Fire King deck. You never want to give them draws. I think it's like very much correct to play super conservative into the Fire King, and I mean Tenpai too if you're under Fua Loss, because you don't want to give them cards to either break your board or just you know, whatever. And yes, we did run the Mulcharmy, folks. The Mulcharmy was crazy. Mulcharmy was insane. You need to be running it, unfortunately. And I do have like one exact shout out for this deck. I obviously didn't top, so it's like, woo, shout outs. Also, what's up, Craps TV? Brand is definitely one of the better decks under Fua. Unfortunately, Cartesia Quem Control doesn't go a long way against the best deck Tenpai. That's why I do think that you just have to like go Branded Fusion, make Sanctifier, and then extend from there. Like set up a Gimmick Lock from there in that situation. You're probably gonna get Darkhold, right? Thank you for subscribing, Matt. I do appreciate it. 70 people watching in the chat right now. What is up, guys? What is up, guys? We are going over my YCS Niagara deck list. We are also then going to go over my feature written, my written feature match versus the GOAT himself, Jesse Kotton. Shout out to Jesse Kotton, guys. Check out his channel. You guys have to all be subscribed to him. He makes some of the best content for Yu-Gi-Oh! On YouTube, and obviously just has such like a passion for the game, and is just very good. So was an honor to play against him. So like, and that's what I want to like do. I want to do better at these events, because if I play against the better player, like the best players, I get better, you know. So it's one of those things where I felt proud of making it over there, but it was obviously by round 3, so it's like I didn't go far after that, or I didn't go too much further after that. But like I said, very happy with this build. And I do think if you're running 60, I think this is definitely going to be the way here. You guys can see a lot of bangers in this list, like Pot of Desires, Nadir Servant, Super Poly, Thrust. You know, that's what I was kind of going for with this list, just kind of going for something that you can at least play through the hand traps really well. I think this version is so not forgiving, so that's the thing too. We'll just go over that. I don't want to spend too long on the deck list too, like I said. I want to do we'll talk about my matchups right after we actually do the deck list, and I'll just talk about why I made these choices and why you guys should be making similar choices if you're playing 60 card, even though this list didn't work out. Because like I said, that like I want to preface, like Branded's one of those decks where it's just super hard to run in a format with Impulse, you know, Imperms, Ash, just running around at such a high level. Dominus Impulse just being another Ash Blossom that can also destroy your card too, which is just crazy. It can stop Branded in red. It's so generally good against your deck or Branded that it's tough. It's tough, definitely, but you know, there's definitely I think, you know, in a lot of the situations you can play around Impulse, and that's why you run cards like Desires and Nadir Servant, because it's like, okay, you can Impulse whatever, man. I'm just going to keep extending my deck. And that's like what I basically saw with my list. So okay, we got the list here. Let's go over this here. Deck is getting nice and pretty too. I think maybe 50 is the way to go. I tested 50. I actually went back to 60. I was gonna take 60, or I was gonna take 50 at the last second, and then I went with 60, guys. I've just tested so much. What the fuck? So yeah, I've just tested so much 50 and even 60, and I just, when it comes to the two, I just think I still think 60 is the way, but I don't think it's maybe the way for everybody, because it's like less forgiving. I just think that you're just playing much more of a luck game with a 50 card build. You're like, okay, I'm going to open up my Fua Loss, I'm going to open up my Super Poly, and when I don't, I die going second, and I don't like that. Like, I like running a 60 card build that has other cards that I don't just die with, like Allure of Darkness, Desires, Grass Looks Greener. Like, these cards, if I see these cards, I get to the cards I need to get to, or I get so much advantage it doesn't matter. So could you go over Dogmatica Maximus? We'll do that once we get to it in the deck profile, so keep watching, guys. But yeah, so what's up, YouTube? This is, and also hi Twitch chat, this is my post YCS Niagara deck list. I went X3 by round 7, and I ran Branded. I lost against 210 Pi and against Jesse Kotton on the written feature match. We are also going to be reviewing that on stream, so keep here if you're going to be on stream, or if you want to obviously watch it, or it's going to probably be a VOD as well. And I felt like this list, the only reason I'm even like showing the list is because I've been testing this list. I'm very confident in it, and I mostly on 2 of the 3 of the games I definitely lost to my own misplays, and then the third loss was just getting into the 10 Pi X2 losers bracket. So it was just kind of like, I could have avoided that third loss if I just kept my wins up. So definitely avoidable losses. And so that's why I feel very proud about this list. It's a 60 card list, of course. I was considering 50. I tested with 50. It's just like I said before I started the VOD, that essentially like Branded is at the point that you either need to play so much gas you can play through all the hand traps in the game at the moment, or you can or you basically just run a 50 card build, for like 45 to 50 card build that like runs these like banger cards like Super Poly or like Sphere Mode that will just clear any board. But if you don't see those cards, you're basically just not doing well. So that's why I chose to end up running a 60 card build because I felt like it gave me the best chance of having a not just relying on my opening hand. If I'm gonna win going second, I can actually just like draw into stuff, play, like interact with my opponent, generate advantage, and win the game that way. With cards like Pot of Desires and Allure of Darkness, and also with Fool Loss everywhere in the room. Like in my feature match against Jesse, I got double Fool Lost in game 2, and I still won that game 2. And that was under Nadir, and that was because of cards like Nadir, Brand Fusion. And so that's why I think you guys need to be on that. It's definitely, I think, the roadmap for 60. You guys, I do have a 50 card build if you guys are interested. That 2 is in the members only coaching group chat that I run. If you are a paid Twitch sub or a paid YouTube member, you get access to my coaching group chat where you guys can send your deck list. You get all my early deck lists. They're just pinned there for you guys. You get early stuff, and you get to ask me anything on your deck or help with your deck. So yeah, no, let's get into it. 60 cards. Shout out to Bobby. That's basically my shout out to Bobby because he ended up borrowing me 2 of the FUA losses. So definitely could not have done that without him. Also shout out to Dana B. She borrowed me another FUA loss. I didn't need it, but I didn't end up needing it because I ended up buying one. But definitely shout out to them. And then also shout out to the people I was ending up testing with, like Dom and Krabs. Very much did help prepare for it. So shout out to you guys. You guys are the best. And hopefully we do better next time because, yeah, no, it's just, I'm going to be running regionals the next few weeks too. So I want to get my top at least there with Branded. 3 Fallen of Albaz, of course, you have to run it. 3 Cartesia. No a Stellar. I just felt like the Cartesia is just like a better card than a Stellar overall. So a Stellar just requiring a card, and you just need all your card advantage. We're already running Super Poly. Obviously, we're running a bunch of draw cards where you can go +1, but I still want this probably over a Stellar. And if we had a 70 card list, I'd be running a Stellar, so it's okay. 2 Guiding Quem. This was actually a huge sticking point with the build before. I was not actually on 2 Quem. I was testing without 2 Quem for the first time in months because there isn't a lot of Nibiru right now. So that means Quem, the second Quem isn't as needed because you just don't have to summon it off of the Guignol for the anti-Nibiru line. But I'm running Desires, so I ended up running 2. So I think that's just what has to happen if you're running Desires. You have to run 2 Quem. 3 Cartesia, so you don't end up banishing them all. It does suck when you banish both Quem, though. That happened in the one game, I believe. Like, I forgot. Basically, I lost because I couldn't pop it because of it. 3 Aluber. We got the QCRs finally. You want to run 3 because it's 60. 3 Albion. Finally got my play set of German Albions as well. Very happy about that. Shout out to Merlin for that. Yeah, no, this card, you just have to run it. I think it's actually super bricky in this build sometimes because I'm only running 1 High Spirits and I am running 3 Allure, so at least it's still dark. But this card's a lot better in a 3 High Spirit build, but at 3, but I still think, because it's like one of your worst 1-card starters, because it's not even like a starter. You have to make sure your draw is good or have another card to go with it. So it's like a weird 3-of in Branded where you want your 3-ofs to be kind of like 1-card starters, essentially. Like at least Cartesia gets you a body, which extends. And Albion doesn't really do that, so it sucks to draw sometimes, especially going second. I'm not going to lie. Like it's nice to draw off of like your draw cards, so you just want to see your board breakers more than you want to see a card like this a lot of the time. But it's a great card too because it never gets negated, so it's just like a great way to check Shifter too. But they're really good, they're just gonna play around it really well. So that's just like the issue. This is turned off after Shifter, so this is a good first action main phase to avoid the Shifter in game 1s. 1 Spriggan's Kit, you have to run it because of the High Spirits, of course. It's just, it comes up like literally like every game, this card. I think I misplay against Jesse because of this card though, because this card sends back a card, and I went Aluber, Branded Fusion, and I went Kit into red and put back Grass when I had the option of either keeping the Grass, the red, and the Branded Fusion. I thought I just needed red and Branded Fusion, and it's just the fact that this put back Grass. If it didn't do that, like I would have had Grass on top of that. So this card's not great. It really sucks, but you have to run it. You really do, because the one branded fusion. So, and then high spirits too. 2 Despian Tragedy, of course. You do run 3 allures. So I run the grass looks greener since we are on a 60 card build. I was actually testing without grass. In a 60 card build, I've been iffy on grass, but I still think grass is just such a good bomb. So like running things like 2 Tragedy help grass be incredible. Like you can at least like hit a Despian and go +1, or if you mill branded fusion, you can decline to use the search effect and then banish it and then reset branded fusion or branded loss so you can use it that turn. So that's why like running 2 is imperative if you're on a grass build. Like that's why 1 Mercurier is just like standard at that point. So yeah, that's like the branded lineup, super standard. 86 people watching right now. If you make sure to leave a like on the video, guys. If we get up to 50 likes on the stream, we will definitely be reviewing the Jesse Con feature match. Also, if you guys want, I could go over some combos, some test hands on the deck too. We hit that like goal. And also, we are going to be reviewing all the lists, or the relevant lists from YCS Niagara. So if you guys aren't just here for the branded list, we're going to be going over hopefully Jesse's list is out, but we're going to go over Pack's list. We're going to be going over Rico's list from top 16. I know Connor Norton, I will be getting his deck profile hopefully next week. Congrats to him. Buffalo Born, the only Buffalo topper, and he was on 10 Pi. He's been on deck that he's been killing it with. He smoked me at the last regional I was at. So very, very much a long time coming for him, and very much good for him. Xavier Wolf, I didn't know. List top Bricky at 60. What do you mean, Luigi Derlin Toddy? I don't think this builds Bricky, though. I didn't brick once. I did not brick once. My hands were incredible all day, actually. Outside of the one time I bricked... No, I did brick. I hard bricked once, and that was my very last game of the whole tournament. So, who even counts it? 3 Fool Loss. I think you have to run Fool Loss. It's very good. It is part of our non-engine package, so I guess we could... I consider this like a board breaker / like a card like Desires. It just helps you see your board breakers, your engine. You have to run it. It also threatens your opponent, and drawing 2 of it on top of running the Molchami Perulio, which we are running in the side deck, of course. I think that these cards are nuts in combination. If you're able to run basically... a full playset of these, you are doing so well in the game. So we do main deck the 3 Fool Loss and then side the 3 Perulia. I don't know where my third one is right now, but it is around, I swear. But yeah, no, 3 Fool Loss. This card was insane all weekend when I saw it. I saw it mainly against Jesse Kotton, and I went Perulia in draw phase, and he ashed it because you want to Perulia in the draw phase, since you want to catch them before their normal summon. And then he ashed it, though, which was really good for me because I was like, okay, now he has to have called by basically to out the Fuelos. And so he was on Azamina Fire King. So he started with the Azamina line, which is actually typically a weaker line for Fire King. So I went Fua Loss on the Sacred Azamina, and that ended up netting me 2 draws, and he ended up ending only on Silvera, but he had a Garunix plus a filled graveyard, and then 2 sets, or not 2 sets, but 2 cards in hand with Island and Sanctuary. So he didn't have a bad board, but you know, this card's just really needed right now. Against any deck, you will be drawing at least 1 to 2 cards, and if they want to take the challenge, you will obviously be just drawing into a win at that point. I do think a lot of people are playing conservatively as of right now. That's just kind of how the Fool Loss meta is at the moment. Like, you see people like Pack running Fool Loss and running Centurion in order to play around Fool Loss, you know, which is really smart because Centurion, you don't even get, I think you give them like 1 draw or like 0 draws with a Fool Loss. Like, you hand loop yourself if you Fool Loss a Centurion player in their standard combo, because they could just like not synchro and then synchro on your turn and just send up or set up a Quasar plus like 4 hand traps in hand. And that's kind of like, I was hearing people who were going against Pack or like seeing Pack play, he would have like a Quasar and 4 hand traps in hand. Like, it's crazy. So, for that reason, there are decks that can play around Fool Loss, but I think at the end of the day, this always ends up neutering your opponent's board, so it's so useful. It is It's unfortunately really expensive. I do think you will be at somewhat a disadvantage if you are not running Fool Losses, even in branded, but that goes for really any deck in general. I think you need this card to play the game right now on some level, but also Purrely is very good, just one of them. Unfortunately, it fucking sucks, and I know that's what a lot of people don't want to hear. I would say you can still play the game without them, obviously, and you can do well and win. Like a lot of people, like I think someone top aided the German, like I'm sure people even at Niagara top aided without Fool Loss in the deck, or I know people did at the Swiss Open. I would just say run Droll if you're not running Fool Loss. That's what I'd say. Run Droll if you're not running Fool Loss, because Droll will help combat the Fool Loss stuff. So if you don't have money for Fool Losses, just run the Drolls instead. I do think Droll's really good this format and could be justified and branded for that reason. So I hope that's like a good enough alternative for my budget players, because I wouldn't even say buy Fool Losses unless you're a regional grinder, like or a YCS grinder. So like that's the only scenario I'd say that you should be buying Fool Losses, in my opinion. And then one Lubellion, one Saronir. You just have to run them. We've been running 3 Saronir for like ever now. And you guys might be wondering why I know 3 more Saronir, because we were running 3 Saronir initially because of the Fiendsmith FTK with Beatrice, and now we only need 1 because we only run 1 High Spirits, so that's just kind of what happens there. Only 1 copy of Nadir. No, we're on 3. We'll get to it. Pack is a play the almost same build I was playing for Centurion plus the new card, says Lee Warrior. That's what I'm saying. I don't think his I'm not sure if his build can quite be replicated on that level where, like, if you pick up Centurion, you're just gonna be going 12-0. Like, Pack is just such a good player, so but I do think Centurion's a great play into this meta where people are running Fool Loss. I would just say, you know, that I feel like it was more of a meta call than anything, but Centurion's definitely one of the best decks. I'm not denying that. Sorry guys, we are just checking some stuff. I have to make, sorry for the Twitch viewers, it's right now sub only, unfortunately, but I will hopefully put it to followers only very soon. I know someone subbed on Twitch too, so let me get that. We also, shout out to the 100 people watching right now. Please, please, please. Also, Volt, you subscribed to me on Twitch Prime. I do appreciate that. Also, thank you, Guy Man Supreme, for subscribing on Twitch Prime the other day too. I do appreciate that. So, 1 Gimmick Puppet, 1 Maximus. So, we can go over Maximus plus the Nadirs right now. I got my German Nadirs. I just have to get the 3rd one still. Look at that, Nadir Diner. That's cool. So this package is insane with cards like Fool Loss in the meta right now. Like I mentioned, essentially what happens with Maximus is that you can go to play under Fool Loss. Let's just say your opponent Fool Losses you. Okay, great. Nadir Servant. Sending the Garura from your extra deck, which is also doubles as super poly target, and then you get to search out the Dogmatica Maximus, and then on res your Garura goes and draws you a card, whatever, it doesn't matter, and then you can go the Maximus effect by banishing the Garura, and then summon it, and then go Maximus effect, and then you can send any 2 monsters from your extra deck to the graveyard. And you also make your opponent, but that doesn't really matter unless you're playing the branded mirror match, or if you have a Sanctifier on the board against Snake Eye. Don't do that. Don't do this. Only send 1. Don't resolve Maximus. Just send either Albion or Titanclad if you're going against a deck with Desiree. If you end on Albion the Sanctifier Dragon, which can happen under Fool Loss too, because I would just give them the 2 draws at that point personally. And then you can send the Albion and then the Titaniclad, depending on the deck, of course. And then you can go in the end phase and then go Albion, searching out Branded in Red. And then you can go Titaniclad and then search out the Quem. And then literally you have basically Gimmick Lock, because, I mean, if you just get access into like another light spellcaster or Fallen of Albaz, you basically have Gimmick Lock here, because then Quem sends Fallen of Albaz to the graveyard, and then your Red's live, and then you just need access to Cartesia. Or if you could send Cartesia and you have access to Albaz, that's just Gimmick Lock, and you gave them 1 draw under that, so it's pretty good. And then plus you just like went really plus, so that's why you run Nadir right now under Fool Loss. I think it's like way better than High Spirits for that reason. High Spirits plays way too much into Full loss because you the line was always just like going a Luber into Kit into summon. Also, just like with the amount of shifter in the room, just like I don't know, high spirits doesn't seem great right now. Obviously, like Nadir isn't great under shifter too. I just think that it's a 1-card starter, so that's why I think that Nadir is really good. You want all your cards to be bombs in this meta. You want all your cards to be working for you and not negging you, either by breaking their board or getting you to a way to play through multiple hand traps. And if you're discarding a card, if you're going neg 1 on high spirits, that's not great. When I can just go Nadir and like basically do or generate more advantage than, you know, whatever Nadir or whatever high spirits was doing. Thanks for subscribing, Matthew M before. Hey, it was super nice meeting you, and thanks for signing my card. Aw, thanks. It was great meeting you, Matthew. Yeah, no, it was great meeting people. That was like one of the best parts of the event. We'll go over like how it actually was for me once we get into the matchups and everything like that. But it was one of the best things. It's just like meeting a lot of fans. I got to and viewers, I should say, and it was I actually signed like 2 or 3 cards. It was kind of crazy. People had me signing like their lads and like mirror jades. It was really cool to see that. And I even signed a rescue rabbit, so it was very cool. So yeah, thanks to everyone who came up to me. Always, I don't bite, guys. Come up to me at events, come say hi. 1 branded fusion, 2 branded in red. You got no branded in white. I think brand white in a build with not many Bastiles is kind of dubious. I'm not even running Bestial Luber, so I think we're not on white. Obviously, white would be great, but I'm not running the Chaos Source Dragon either. Even though that card's great, but I think 2 brand red's necessary, especially with, even if we weren't running Desires, but especially because we're running Desires, you need 2, but because we're running Desires, you just have to, you just have to run 2. 3 opening. Just broken card. You have to have this card in rotation a lot now because of 10 pi, so always remember to do that. This card's also really good to play around Fualos. You'll see in my Jesse Khan feature match, I played around Fualos by going... He chained Fualos on opening, so I just like added a Luber and then went normal summon a Luber. And Jesse didn't chain anything. So that was pretty cool. 1 high spirits. You still gotta run it for the kit. This card sucks though right now, honestly, because of Fualos, and but you still gotta run it, and it's a great way to get into kit and like unbrick your hand with like Albazes. And a lot of the time, if you have an Albaz plus a Luber, you go Luber, search high spirits, and then high spirits pitch the Albaz, and you get way more advantage than you would otherwise. But you do play into Fualos that line, so just be careful. 1 lost, gotta run it. We aren't running the Azamina build, so we aren't running the 3 goo. 110 people watching. What's up? What's up? We are running 3 Pod Desires. I know everyone's favorite branded card, Pod Desires, and then my favorite branded card, Allure of Darkness. I think Allure of Darkness should be standard in most branded builds. This card's insane. Every time I see this card, I win the game, honestly. Just being able to draw into your engine and then just like banish a tragedy is so strong. Going like Desires into Allure is insane. Obviously, you can banish branded fusion, and I think I banished branded fusion like... I don't think I ever banished branded fusion, which was kind of nice. But on the days you do, you can still play without it. So that's why I think that you still run Desires. This card just... The only time this card really sucks is going second when you don't have a clear line to branded fusion. When you have to like work for a branded fusion because you don't open it, or you have like Albion and like Quem in hand with no extenders. So you have to like normal summon to get the branded fusion. This card sucks in that scenario because you can't just go first action Desires or like second action Desires, which is why I typically like to do with this card. And first action Desires is pretty good when you have a brick hand, and that's why I ran it at the end of the day, because there was no other card that made 60 work, in my opinion. There is no other card. You have to run these cards if you're running 60, in my opinion, or else you're just running a brick fest. You don't generate enough advantage. I mean, you could run the Patchwork engine, but which does give you a +1, but I do think these are the way to go. There's no other card that fills this card's role. Just getting that +1 is super important if you banish branded. Just know how to play with banishing branded fusion. That's what I would say if you run this card. And also just know when to use it. I need to make a guide for this card because a lot of people always comment, they're like, oh, I don't know when to Desires, I don't want to banish my branded fusion. And it's really about feeling out the situation. Like, can I easily get to Branded Fusion before resolving desires? Then yes, I'm gonna do that with playing through interruptions, and then I can go desires. But if I need to go desires to like play through imperm pass, I'm going desires. You know, then allure is just custom. Just having these cards going +1 to 2 and 3 is super important for breaking the Azamina boards and then Yubel boards. These cards aren't as good against Tenpai and stuff like that. Well, actually they are, because they can help you play through like Shifter, because then you can draw into your anti-Shifter lines. So I shouldn't say that. I like Allure. I have some friends that don't like it, but I don't get why. It's great. I think because they're like, oh, it plays into Droll, but no one's on Droll right now outside of just like, and I don't even, it's just tough with Mulcharmy. I mean, some people are on Droll, but generally people are not, I don't think, because of Mulcharmy. 1 Foolish Burial, 1 Gold Sark. They're just some of your best 1-card extenders, so you run them. So one of my biggest regrets well, I guess we'll do that when we get to Grass. 3 Fusion Deployment, crazy card. And then 1 Grass Looks Greener. Grass Looks Greener is a card I was actually testing without 60 for a while, which might sound weird because I've said I think if you're running 60, you should be running Grass, and I do think that's true. I just think it was useful to test without Grass just to see how the deck felt. And it was nice not running the Shiren. The Shiren's a hard brick. However, I think that Grass still always gets you to Branded Fusion, or always forces a hand trap most of the time. So I think that Grass is still worth just running as a one-of. There aren't like Branded Fusion went to 1, so you need like these equivalent one-of top decks. I mean, this is even a top. I mean, this can be a top deck though. Just these equivalent cards that you can draw and just like be able to break your opponent's board with. And this is like the only other card like that, like Branded Fusion. This generates as more advantage than Branded Fusion a lot of the time. But if you're running Shiren, it gets 20 times better. So I just missed running Shiren. I didn't miss not bricking on it, but this card was great. I just think I should have ran Shiren with it, and I kind of missed out on that because against like Jesse, I chose not to go Grass because I was like, I have Branded Fusion in red, so Grass was kind of useless at that point. But if I had the Shiren, I could have gone Shiren and then like sat Puppet Lock, and then I would have been fine, right? So you gotta run it if you're in 60. I mean, you don't gotta, but like I do think it's very good. 3 Super Poly, 3 Book of Eclipse. These are the best board breakers in Branded right now. Book of Eclipse, because it's like I've preached to the heaven about this, and finally the OCG is like getting on Book of Eclipse after we've just been screaming about it over here in TCG land. This card's insane. Like, and I've seen non-branded decks start running it too. Because it outs a lot of boards right now. It's really good against like Tenpai to like set first, or like to make it so they get turn skipped. It's also very good for just dodging Imperm and Ash and not Ash and Valor, and I mean you can Bay and Ash with it. And then Super Poly cleans up any Azamina board. You don't run hand traps outside of Fula, so you kind of need a card that can just like 1 card out the board, and this card makes it so you don't have to draw a second board breaker with it. You can just have like good engine, and Super Poly is all you need, kind of. It gets over the Ray Silva, which is their Omni Negate, and then you can fuse off their Desiree, which is their other Omni Negate, and then you get Stapelia, and then you can kind of win the game from there, especially if you have like a Live Allure or Pod Desires, or just like an into Branded Fusion. These cards are crazy. I had considered Droplet, but and Droplet's something I kind of did miss, so maybe Droplet could come into the equation somewhere, but I do think these are like the correct ratios with Mulcharmy. You know, figuring out this deck build at 60, one of the biggest things that I considered was deck building with Mulcharmy. So if you run Mulcharmy, that's like 9 just quote-unquote board breakers, essentially, or going second specific cards. So like you can brick going first on these cards, but these cards are great going first, at least to set, and then turn skip your opponent. That happens often, not often, but you know, when it happens, it happens. And so it makes it so they're less bricky. So yeah. After actually playing Eclipse, IDK how people played without it. Exactly. I even saw Ritual Beast playing like Eclipse recently. Like I saw Ritual Beast, I saw Plants play it, like people who have been topping YCSs in these decks. So yeah, like Julius ran it. 3 Triple Tactics Thrust and 1 Called By, and then 1 Fusion Duplication. No triple tactics talents. I think one of the things, like I said, the deck building concessions that I made, running more board, like running the 3 Molcharmi on top of my already like package of 6 quick play board breakers that we've been on, is removing talents, because talents was a board breaker, but it's like worse than all the other board breakers in my deck. Yes, it's live, but with like Molcharmi, it's like, okay, they're just gonna keep drawing. Like, I don't know. It's just like, what am I actually ripping at that point? Like, they have like 4 hand traps in hand. Like, and then also your take ability isn't great right now, so I'd like talents last format, but not so much this one. So we cut in, and then called by is just so needed right now. This card sucks against our deck. We only lose to called by an impulse, I swear, or like imperm. It's just like the trap and spell interruptions. Then fusion dupe you have to run. So let's go into the side deck. I swear I caught a cold too. I'm like feeling it right now, guys. Pixie Coco, thanks for following me on Twitch. I appreciate it. EPA, I just realized if Konami wants to appeal to a casual audience, why are they doing YCS that just shows the best deck when casuals want to play the deck they are priced out? Yeah, it really sucks at this format that you can't play the deck you want to, but like, I don't know, that's been Yu-Gi-Oh for a while now, so, or I mean for like in other periods of time, so we're just going in and out. Albalinatus, oh wait, I have to go into the extra deck. I don't know how to do a deck profile anymore. Alright, alrighty. So, 1 Mirror Jade. We ran 1 Mirror Jade because it was fine. 2 didn't come up. I just need to run a more utility extra deck, especially with Super Poly and then Nadir. 2 Albion, very standard. 1 Sanctifier. This card's the GOAT. This card was like on 2 of the screenshots of my duel versus Jesse Khan, for better or for worse. 1 Lubellion, for you just kind of have to run it. It's good recursion. And then 1 Rinbrum for the other Albaz Dragon. This card's crazy. I could have won my 1 loss against Tenpai if I had remembered. I had a Guignol in the graveyard alongside a Rinbrum in graveyard, so my Quem could have sent Albaz to the graveyard and then contact fused off the 3 dragons on my opponents. And that just happened because I was like tilted off the Ka and lost, because I feel like that was another win that was another game I could have won if I had just played better. So we'll go over that in the review. And then 1 Titan Clad, you have to run it for the Quem. The 2 Mirror Jade never really came up. Like, honestly, just with how many hand traps are out there, there's so many simplified game states, you never need the 2nd Mirror Jade right now. If you get to Mirror Jade, you're winning the game, essentially, right now. That's kind of how it is with, like, the hand trap meta. It's kind of crazy. 2 Guignol and 1 Quertus. Quertus is cool. I was running Lulu. I wanted something that I could also Super Poly with. This is a good Super Poly target with a Luber, and I can't Super Poly with a Luber or Lulu, so I think Lulu is better though generally, but that's why we ran Quertus. And then the more generics, 1 Borreload Furious Dragon. Finally got my German. This card's crazy. This card was crazy all weekend. Like, if I need, this was also a good card to play under Furos, because if you go like Albion into this and then like sub full combo, that's another way. If you give them 2 draws, that's another line to give them 2 draws and still full combo. A lot of the time, if you just have like a way to Cartesia, so it's not bad. 1 Garura is a Super Poly target, and then you send this off in Nadir Servant most of the time, unless you're in a mirror match. 1 Stapelia, it's another Super Poly target, and it's decent to make off a Cartesia. And this would be what I'd run over. I'd run Chaos probably over this in the future, or Albalinatus. This card was like pretty bad. But I'm running Super Poly. So, and they were just never ending on full combo board. Like, I was seeing like Molcharmi or something. So it's just like Stapelia was kind of lackluster, but definitely needed, I think. So that's why it's like I'm not running the Chaos Source. Then 1 Light and Darkness Dragon Lord. This card never came up. But I think you kind of should still run it. And I think I want to run the Chaos Source Dragon because it makes it a lot easier to go into. Then 1 Guardian Chimera. This card's still, like, fine. I like having the line because we run double red to be able to go into Chimera going second. It came up against Jesse Kotton, too, so just, like, being able to go into Chimera is very good. Going second, like, with branded in red. What's up, Kenji Neon Wolf in the chat? How you doing? How you doing, brother? Nice to see you, my man. Haven't seen you in a while. In a while, you came for the YCS deck list. We're also going to be going over the Jesse Khan feature match. And then here's my side deck quickly. One Alba Lenatus for Tenpai, and then Centurion. In hindsight, probably should have made this. One Masquerade for time. It's very good to just have an option for time to play into, so that's why you just, like, always should go into a big event with, like, a card that gives you a way to win in time. One Shadal Dragon, because it's a good grass mill going second. I also ran a Black Goat Laughs for grass mill going second. This card was insane. Shadal Dragon was good, too. It was great to just, like, mill these. Black Goat was insane, guys. I almost want to main deck this card. This card's just nuts and branded when you're running grass, and then you have, like, cards like Super Poly, and you have cards like Branded Opening to pitch it, and then this card's a board breaker, and it also has so much value because you can set this going first and play around, like, things like Shifter. Like, if they Shifter you, you thrust this. And then on your opponent's turn, and not when you're not under Shifter, it goes to the graveyard. So obviously you can have its graveyard effect, which is equally as good. It's really broken. Like, a lot of the top decks, if you just call their best monster, it's almost a turn skip, especially against Tenpai. So I think that's why we run it. And then 3 evenly matched for more board breakers, and 2 Dark Ruler no more. These are just, like, some of the best board breakers right now. They're also thrust targets, so that's why I wanted to run these. But maybe I could, like, run 1 Dark Ruler and then 3 droplets on the side, so I could just, like, thrust the 1 Dark Ruler and then just have the droplets, because droplets feel better. Also, channel member Kenji Neon Wolf in the chat. How you doing? How you doing, my brother? Got 36 likes on the stream, guys. 100 people watching on the YouTube chat. Make sure to leave a like if you haven't already. And also subscribe if you haven't already. We're on the road to 10,000 subscribers. We're almost at 7,500, so I do appreciate it. And then here's my third Purrely that showed up. Shout out to my man Sam's. I forgot to shout out to Sam. Purrely's were insane. I do need to get Purrely's, unfortunately. These are not mine, but these cards are insane. I need to get a playset Purrely's. These cards are just nuts. Sometimes this card's just better than the Fuwa Loss, actually. So just having it in the side is very good. I just think Fuwa Loss is just, like, generally better, so that's why it's a main deckable versus Purrely not really being main deckable. But very good. It's been very good in Brandon for a minute now. And then the last 3 cards are 2 Fusion Dupe and 1 D-Berry for Tenpai. This card was kind of mid, but I think I would still run it. And then 2 Fusion Duplication for going first. This card was insane. It's always insane. This is, like, the best side deck card for your going first patterns. It just helps you play through so much. They never expect the hard drawn Fusion Duplication, so running 3 lets you hard draw it. So yeah, that was the deck list, guys. Make sure to leave a like and subscribe if you guys want to see the combo guide on YouTube. Make sure that this video gets up to 200 likes. We will be releasing a post-rota combo guide, though, so don't worry about that. But make sure. And then thank you guys on YouTube. Let's get into the Jesse Kotton feature match. Also, we can watch the pack deck profile here quickly, and then we will get into the Jesse Kotton feature match. So, okay, this is a long video. This is actually a long video. We should probably do the we should probably do the feature match before we watch this, actually. But the thing is, I want to go in depth with the feature match. So what do you guys want to see? Do you guys want to watch the pack Centurion, like, 10-0 deck profile, or do you guys want to hear me go over the or my feature match first. Chaos Source Dragon, yeah, no, Chaos Source Dragon was the one card I considered running, but chose not to at the end of the day. So that's something you could definitely like run over Stapelia in theory. But I don't know, in theory, because you like need to run Stapelia. That's why you could like run Droplet instead. I just think that Stapelia's or Superpelia is like real too good not to run. It's like a 1-card board breaker. Thoughts on Grizel's Prisons? Pretty good. Feature. Okay. We will do Le Feature. Let's get right into it. Also, look at this breakdown for top 32. What does this look to you guys? It looks like a whole lot of fire decks. So yeah, we are definitely still in a fire meta. I don't know if it's tier 0 fire. There was like 50% fire decks, so I mean arguably. Centurion Bestial, Millennium Exodia, which is cool. It's like another shifter deck, or it is also very good under shifter or into Fool Loss. So like you don't give your opponent any draws whatsoever. So definitely a very good option there. All right, give me 1 second, guys. We're getting this feature up here quick against Mr. Kotton. All right. Let's read the written feature match. We'll do a read through and just talk about like what my thought process was, I suppose. So for round 3 here at YCS Niagara Falls, we'll be giving you a look at one of our VIP duelists. After starting the day with buys round 1 and 2, these star competitors are now just entering the tournament fresh and ready to duel. Toronto's Jesse Kotton is the most decorated duelist in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! He's a Master Duel World Champion, a 5-time World competitor, and a 6-time YCS Champion, an Ultimate Duelist, and above all else, undisputed Ultimate Duelist as well. He's playing Fire King Snake Eye. Oh my gosh. Fucking, yeah, I know his opponent, Chris Bialeski, is from Buffalo, New York, and crossed the bridge at the border to get here today with his biggest claim to fame being a top 8 finish at Remote Duel Regional, which also I've, like, top 8'd, like, in IRL Regional. It's just, like, whatever. A win here over Kotton could be a star-making performance. Bialeski's piloting a... Yeah, that's what... Thanks for reminding me. Bialeski's piloting a branded deck that aims to special summon Gimmick Puppet Nightmare to his opponent's field to secure the win, a strategy that can take down even a mighty duelist like Kotton. Bialeski run the die roll and opted to start the duel. That's crazy. They started with Bialeski instead of Chris. Like, but I understand. So I won the die roll and started the duel with branded opening. Jesse chain Mulcharmy Fool Loss essentially, and then I discarded Dogmac and Maximus and added Luber Jester of Despia and then normal summoned it. So yeah, essentially like I got Fool Lost off the bat, and so this was that interaction I kind of mentioned before where in the deck profile where instead of special summoning off of opening, I just chose to normal summon a Luber because I also had Book of Eclipse in hand. So I was like, I can definitely just like play around any imperms that happen. And then Luber's effect goes off, I get Branded Fusion, and then I activated Branded Loss, so I even get more advantage, and then I go Branded Fusion. And Kotton activated his second copy of Fool Loss, which was interesting to see. I mean, either way, I was going to go Branded Fusion, and then I sent Branded or Fallen of Albaz and Cartesia to the graveyard. I summoned out the Sanctifier Dragon immediately because that's just like a good... Sanctifier's your best anti-Fool Loss line in Branded, so... it just gives them 1 draw, so besides like Nadir Servant, and then Jesse drew into Dominus Impulse, an original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye, and he activated Branded Loss effect. Damn, that Dominus Impulse draw really saved him there. He activated Branded Loss effect, and then I added Tri-Brigade Mercurier, which is good to play around hand traps. But that didn't matter, or even insulate my board, and then I activated Nadir Servant, so I'm even playing more, just like not giving him any draws, because I sent Albion the Branded Dragon instead of going for the Maximus, because Maximus would have... This was one of those situations where I already have Sanctifier on board, and I don't want going blind into a deck that could... Because I knew Jesse was going to be on a fire deck, so he could have been on Snake Eye. He could have had a Desiree in his deck, so I didn't want him sending Desiree and then sending the Sanctifier to the graveyard. If I had gambled, I might have had a better board, but that's fine. And then I was able to set Branded in red off of Albion's effect. I also set one card, one mysterious card. I believe that was like a Super Poly or a Book of Eclipse. And then Jesse started his turn with 1-for-1. So Jesse's hand was 1-for-1. Fire King Sanctuary, 2 Folos. And Garunix, he drew Draw and Lockbird for a turn. So I think that's the wrong hand because that was his opening hand. And he used the 2 Folos, and then he drew into cards. In the draw phase, I activated the set Brand Red and target Brand of, or Fallen of Albaz, and then Jesse chained Dominus Impulse to negate the effect of Branded in red. And this was the point where Jesse did a big thing, and then I just he had like 5 other cards in hand, and then he impulsed that, so that left me on basically having a Mercurier and then a my mysterious set, so that wasn't great. And then Jesse went 1-for-1, sending Garunix, special summon Snake Eyes Ash, and then he tried to activate Ash but was stopped by Mercurier. So I basically at Mercurier just Snake Eye Ash, which I thought was fair. If he just has no other extenders and I stop him there, like I kind of put him on better have at that point when I only have like 2 interruptions. I could have waited for something maybe, but like I could have probably waited maybe. And then because I'm trying to think, with the rest of his hand, he started Sanctuary 1-for-1 Garunix. So if he's starting from Ash, he goes Ash into Poplar. Yeah, I don't know. I think that was probably correct. And then he activated, Jesse activated Sanctuary, placed Fire King Island on the field, and then sent Ash and Sanctuary to the graveyard to activate Ash's effect. Kotton special summon the activated Snake Eye Oak and special summon back the Ash he just sent. Kotton then activated original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye by sending Snake Eye Ash to the graveyard. He special summoned Ponix and activated its effect to add the Fire King Skyburn, which is just crazy. He's main decking Skyburn. Can you share the link, please? Yeah, I'll link the feature match here. What's up, Davis? Go to 9. That's Salty Fry. How's it going in the chat, bro? I'm doing well, Kenji Neon Wolf. What's up? What's up? Jesse feature match. Yeah, my friend was the top 4 lab guy. Hell yeah! Congrats to your friend. That's awesome that you topped with lab. It's really good, really hard accomplishment in this meta. I think he lost to Fire King, which is already a bad matchup for him, so it's understandable. So yeah, the Fire King Skyburn was pretty good, honestly, but so yeah, no, the Skyburn actually wins him this game, to be honest. If he didn't have Skyburn, I think I was just fine. Because he activates Fire King Island effect, added Arvada to his hand, and then Kotton activate Garunix effect, special summoning, activate Garunix, destroying the Kieran in his deck, and then activate Kieran's effect and special summoning the Ponix and destroyed my face down Book of Eclipse. So yeah, that was a Book of Eclipse. Book of Eclipse would have at least maybe given me another turn. Khan then summoned special or Arvata. Then he activated Oak's effect and set itself in Grix to special summon out Flameburge. And then yeah, no, and then Khan attempted to push Fallen of Albaz to spawn trap card zone, but then I chained Sanctifier and then I summoned it, and then he lets it through, but he has the Skyburn. So I mean, I guess he would have had Arvada either way to negate the Sanctifier there, but obviously I could have went Sanctifier before Arvada and then went into something, which would have been Rinbrum's really good against this deck because they obviously have to go through the extra deck to really like climb into other things. So I think Rinbrum would have been nice here. Also, something kind of, I didn't realize how good Rinbrum was against Fire King, but Rinbrum is really good against Fire King because it's a super poly target and then just its on field effect also. My question is that format fun with new Mulcharmy? I think Mulcharmy is interesting. It's just making the games way less skill, in my opinion. That's just what it is. It's just like simplifying the game down, unfortunately. All right. So game 2 after I conceded, I chose to start the duel. Jesse started with Black Witch, Wanted, Garunix, Fuelos, and Flamebird. So he's just like starting Fuelos every game. It's crazy. Like actually crazy. I started the second duel with that Grasslook Screener. He milled 18 cards, and then I activated the effect Tragedy and searched out a Luber, and then I normal summoned a Luber and added Branded Fusion. And then activated Branded Fusion, and then he chained Molcharmy, and then Fusion resolved, and I sent Cartesian Albaz, summoned Sanctifier. Once again, the Molcharmy line. He drew a Deception, and then I activated Foolish Burial, sending Saranir, which sent Retribution. Then Albion was activated in the graveyard, sent Branded Lost from his deck to the graveyard, and then I activated Retribution's effect and added back the activated Branded Lost, and then I set one mysterious card, and then ended my turn. So that was a clean, just Molcharmy line. He drew one card, and I have Gimmick Lockup plus I'm gonna get Mercurier off the Branded Lost. So Kotton then drew into another Fuelos, and then in draw phase, I go Branded in red, targeting Albaz, and Kotton chain the Fuelos, and then I summon out Borreload Furious. And then he draws into Sanctuary off of Fuelos' effect, and then I use Brand Loss and Sanctifier's effect, adding the Mercurier, and then special summon Gimmick Puppet Nightmare to Jesse's field. Unable to special summon non-Gimmick Puppet monsters, Khan immediately conceded the second duel. You'll love to hear it. No Dominus Impulse for him today. And then this third game was a lot more not decisive. It was like I think I definitely could have won the game. So I kind of wanted to go over this especially. Because considering my hand, I had one of the best hands I could have probably had. So Jesse went first, obviously. And then he started off with Deception, Ash Blossom, Dominus Impulse, Poplar, and Sacred King Garunix. Shout out to the Popar. This is a nice typo. They do these so quick, so I understand. In the draw phase, I activated Molcharmy Purrely because that's what you want to do in the draw phase. You want to use it before their normal summon. And Kotton obviously changed Ash to that because I think like Purrely is almost as good against Fire King. Because a lot of their monsters go through their hand. And so that goes through, and then going into the main phase, he activates Deception as first action, and then pitched Garunix. So he had a good graveyard already. Having Garunix in graveyard, like that's what ends up messing me up later in this game. And he added Hallowed Azamina. Kotton activated Hallowed, and I chained Molcharmy Fuelos. Khan sent Hallowed in Deception to special summon Azamina Illa Sylvia. Oh yeah, so Kotton activates Hallowed, Sacred Hallowed Azamina, which is their fusion spell that gets them into the Searcher or the Omni Negate. And so at this point, it's like the best angle to Molcharmy Fuelos. So I obviously go Molcharmy. He has no Ash anymore. So now I'm able to start drawing, and he ends up going to Sylvia. He doesn't go for the Risalago because he's obviously under Fuelos. He doesn't want to make me draw more cards. And then he normal summoned Poplar, and Kotton activated Poplar's effect and added Original Sinful. He then goes Original Sinful to send Poplar, special summon Ponix. He activates Ponix, getting Sanctuary. Because he gives me the 2 draws. It's kind of like why I would give draw 2 under Nadir. He just gets so much advantage off of this. Plus, he knows I don't have hand traps, which activated and placed Island on the field. Kotton then used Island and destroyed Ponix. He had Kieran, which gets him an interruption on my turn. He then brought back Garunix. He activated Garunix's effect, destroyed Arvada. Arvada effect, special summon back Ponix for more bodies. Then Khan went to his end phase, went to end his main phase, and during the end phase, Ponix was destroyed by Arvada's effect. And then during I drew for turn. My hand's insane though. So I have double Molcharmy, Super Poly plus double Aluber. I draw into Albion and Cartesia off of the Fuelos, and then I start my main phase 1 with going Albion the Shrouded Dragon, and I Fallen of Albaz because I have because I have an angle to go Branded in red and then also Branded Fusion, so I want to set up the Branded red going second for the Chimera play. I don't have to get to Branded Fusion with this hand through the graveyard, so that's just fine. And then I drew a card, which was the Grass Looks Greener, which is just insane. Grass Looks Greener is really good, especially going second when I have things like Black Goat and Shadal Dragon, which isn't as good against Fire King, obviously. And then I activated Cartesia from my hand. I special summoned it since I have the Albaz in hand now. And then I activated Super Poly immediately because I wanted to get rid of the Ray Silvera, or sorry, the Ilia Sylvia. So this is maybe my first misplay because considering my hand, I had Grass, Branded Fusion, Double Aluber, and then Super Poly. So I just special summon out Cartesia. So this was a situation where I could have possibly baited the Ilia and just had him negate it and then save the Branded Fusion, or sorry, the Super Poly for later, because I had so much gas and he had 2 cards in hand at that point that I could have probably just waited on the Branded Fusion or the Super Poly. Like, you would think me going first action Super Poly after normal summoning or special summoning Cartesia would have been the play, because that gives me Grand Guignol. It's going to trigger off the Garunix, which it does later. But like, the thing is, I give up advantage using the Super Poly off the bat, and then also the Ilia is gonna remove itself off the Omni Negate. Like, that was just my theory with it. I think this was actually just fine. The Super Poly play was probably just fine here, and because then Guignol sent Titanic Lad, and then I drew into Spriggan's Kit. Okay, so I draw into Spriggan's Kit instead of one of the cards, I think. Or additionally, so that's why I sent Titaniclad off of Grand Guignol after Guignol triggers, so I can summon the kit off of special summoning when I have Cartesia on the board, or sorry, not Cartesia, and then so I could also get Branded Red and Branded Fusion, which is kind of cool. But at this point, I have like 4 cards in hand off the Super Poly, so I'm starting to get down in card advantage, which is a little tricky. And then I activated Kit. Kit adds Branded Fusion. I put Grass Looks Greener to the bottom of my deck. This is where I'm talking about I wish I had a Shiren, because if I had a Shiren in my deck, I probably didn't even need to go the Kit line. And then I could have just went Grass first and hopefully hit Shiren and then get what Kit was going to get anyway. And then I wouldn't have to put back a card off of Kit, and I would have the discard of Kit. So I could have more card advantage. I think that's pretty important. And then I normal summon a Luber and I add Brandon Red. And then I go Brandon Red targeting Fallen of Albaz. And then I go into Guardian Chimera off the Cartesia with a Luber in hand. Or sorry, Cartesia on field, the Luber. Apparently, yeah, I think I summoned another Cartesia, right? Yeah, he just like missed it in here. And then I activated Guardian Chimera's effect and destroyed Fire King's Sanctuary and Island. But Kotton used Sanctuary's effect and substituted Grunix with Sanctuary's effect and protected his island from destruction. This was my biggest misplay by far. I probably should have made I should have made Mirror Jade here. I just should have made Mirror Jade here instead of Guardian Chimera. I needed to banish something. I needed to banish his monster on field so things weren't being destroyed. And essentially, I went for the greedy play with Chimera to get more card advantage and pop 2 cards. I thought that it was like Rinnik Hugin, where Hugin, if you target Hugin and then you target Rinnik Fountain, you are able to pop both of them, and Hugin can't protect. But because Sanctuary mentions a card in hand, the ruling is you can actually protect with Sanctuary from being popped by itself plus another card it would be protecting, essentially, if you have a card in hand to destroy. So I misplayed there. I should have went a Mirror Jade there, but I'm still like fine. I still have like a lot of card advantage. And then he's able to go Ponix effect. Then he activated Search, and I chained Guignol, summon Guiding Quem. I didn't special summon Gwem from my graveyard. It was from my deck. And then I activated Quem's effect and sent Albion the Shrouded from to his graveyard. And I tried to activate Brand Fusion, but it was stopped by Dominus Impulse. So I got Impulsed 2 out of my 3 games with like seeing Furos, basically all the games. Going into battle phase, I attacked with and this was my next biggest misplay because I had, I think, like Chimera and Quem on board. I attacked into Ponix with Grunix in graveyard, and this is just like, I tested against Fire Kings, and this was just like an interaction that never came up in testing. Really, which was kind of surprising. We're just like attacking over and then just triggering Grunix. Like, usually I'm clearing things with Mirror Jade, obviously, so I just misplayed my hand pretty badly on that point, but Kieran's effect let Khan special summon Arvado and destroying the guy in Quem. I go main phase 2, and then my end phase, and the end phase I have back Cartesia, tempting Titaniclad's effect, but I stop by the Arvada. So yeah, no, that's just when everything goes wrong at that point. And then he draws Kieran for turn, activates Sinful Spoils, save guy in graveyard, targeting the Poplar. He had the Snake Eye Oak to his hand and sent the Poplar to the bottom of the deck. He activates Hal Azmina, sending back Ilya to the extra deck. Normal summon Oak, go Ponix. Yeah, basically he just wins from here. Kotton then activate Kieran, Grunix in graveyard, and I conceded, knowing that there's about to be an onslaught of Fire King monsters. So yeah, that was a fun game. GG's to Jesse Kotton. It was my first time playing against him. And it was definitely a fun one. I just definitely tossed this game. Like, my hand of Super Poly double Luber plus double Mold Charm me into 2 draws, which were really good, like grass and stuff like that. I definitely like punted it. If I had, you know, things to consider with like having Shiren in my deck, making grass more of a board breaker there, I had such a good hand and I misplayed, and that's just what happens. You know, you let nerves get to you, get the better of you. I was very confident too at that point when I had Super Poly. Like, I kind of just didn't even think. I just kind of thought I had the game at that point. I didn't think about Dominus Impulse, frankly. So the Dominus Impulse kind of was huge in this scenario. Like, if I hadn't gotten Dominus Impulse, I just would have been fine. But the Dominus Impulse basically made my misplays before just like, it made it so much worse. So things to learn, of course. And I hope you guys enjoyed my written feature match as much as I enjoyed playing it. And GG's to Jesse Khan, and good job on doing well. Looking forward to the next run back. But yeah, no, I did not win, Zeke. That's okay though. I know I could have won. Like, we know what Jesse's hand was. If I played my turn optimally, I would have won that game. So, and Jesse won that fair and square because I didn't. You know, that's the thing about Yu-Gi-Oh! It's about the player that misplays the least, and like Jesse's just such a seasoned player. He's not going to be misplaying, so when I'm misplaying, he's obviously just going to be the person that's going to win in that scenario, especially with a deck like Branded, where if you lose to one misplay, like, you really do. And that's, I misplayed though like two arguably 3 times in that game 3. Game 2 and 1 I played just fine. It was just that game 3 I should have taken more time. And like, there was also things behind the scene, like, you know, just like with being, you know, having 2 judges over you, just like with time being an issue. Like, I didn't want to take too long with thinking out my turns. So I should have probably just taken a little bit more time to think out my plays there. Yeah, no, I definitely had the nerves a little bit, but like, I was very much happy. It was just the nerves game 3, very much. Is Branded still best deck? Real question, says Branded Lorian. I still love Branded, but it's definitely not the best deck this format. It's the best fusion deck, but I think this is just another tier 0 fire format, so you can't just like, I can't lie to you guys. I still love Branded though, and I think it's the best non-fire deck though. Alright, so yeah, no, that was that. We're gonna watch the pack video now, I think. We're gonna watch the pack video now, so shout out to Pack. Let's watch, yeah, let's watch his video.
Put it out raw, you know? Oh, did I? Yeah. Okay, alright, go. Oh, hey, what's up, guys? Anyways, hope you guys are doing good. I recently just went 10-0 in Swiss with Centurion out of all decks. And I thought it was a really good meta call for the format, because Shifter, Furrows, and Purrely, in my opinion, dominated the format. A lot of players are playing Tenpai, and I thought it was going to be the most represented deck. So I believe that in order to get through Swiss and to you know, to have the best chance to do well in the YCS, is to play a deck that did not care about any of those. Guys, no cap, literally round 2, round 3, I played against Tenpai, and they literally opened like the Shifter, Purrely, Furrows combo. Like, I was really like I literally looked at my opponent. I'm like, am I starting? Yeah, you are. I'm like, oh my goodness. So, but I played a deck that literally did not care about any of those. And that's why I thought it was a really, really good option. But yeah, today, guys, I'm gonna get right into the profile. But before I do, huge shout outs, guys, to the team, all that good stuff, right? So I'll be like, you know, why I should play Centurion, why I think it's a really
also
good...
shout out to Pack and everything. So yeah, no, I think Centurion was a really good call for this format, because like I was talking about before, Centurion really doesn't care about hand traps outside of on Primera. I do think Primera is a huge choke point for that deck. If you Ash the Primera, Imperm the Primera, The deck doesn't do a whole lot, but if that doesn't happen, you essentially set up an Omni Negate or 2 on top, or plus a pop plus like 4 hand traps, 3 to 4 hand traps if you're running a build like probably Pack does.
Meta call.
So I think it's a really good meta call when like it doesn't die to Shifter, doesn't die to Fool Loss. You know, you basically can neg 1 them with Fool Loss pretty consistently and still end on the Omni Negate
and all of that. So yeah, definitely go check that out if you guys are interested in to elevate your gameplay and to be ahead.
Yeah, the impulse release plus the limited brand diffusion definitely was rough. I agree.
Of of the crowd, but let's get into the profile. Yeah, so decided to play Centurion. We're gonna start off with like the starters. So these are all 1-card combos. All the 1-card combos now end on like pretty much like double Blazar and 2 draws, which a lot of people think this deck is like shit, but in reality it actually does a lot for I guess like the current deck of the for the current format. So but yeah, you have 3 Primera, which is like this is like Rotas, and it searches any Centurion card in your deck. I like this card. This is probably my favorite starter, mainly because when you get Furos or purrely or all that.
What? Oh, and sorry guys, I have to talk about my matchups too. So, well, okay, so I did play against Runic. I did play against White Forest Runic. I did win. It's a good deck. I just think it's not that good right now, to be honest. It plays way too much into Mulch armies.
Like good stuff. This card can search you the Phalanx, so that's under like you give your.
I still think it's like a top 10 deck though.
No draws when they free roast you, and this card can like search the traps, like you have a form of interruption still. And then you have of course the 3 Chudea. This one, funny enough, is a pyro, so you can actually bonfire for it, which I actually did against Jesse actually. And Jesse was like, "Bro, you play bonfire?" I'm like, "I know." It feels kind of weird not searching thing I asked with bonfire, but yeah, Chudea is really good. She can place herself and in the scale and as well alongside like any other Centurion monster in your deck. But yeah, these are all the 1-card combos. These are gonna be like the main Centurion monsters, right? So there's that.
This deck seems also like fairly cheap, which is pretty cool.
And then we have, of course, more 1-card combos. We have 3 stand-ups. Guys, I promise you the collector's in my bag. I just didn't get it from my bag, okay? Do not judge. And of course, we have the 1 terraforming. Yeah, so these are also 1-card combos. The beautiful part about this card is that it cannot be destroyed by opponent's card effects. So Ogre was gaining a lot more popularity this YCS. But one of the things that you can do is you can activate this card's cannon your opponent card fight while you control a Centurion monster card. So you can like commit your normal summons to like the Centurions first, and then if it gets stopped, you can then play stand up after the fact, which can play on Ogre, which I think is pretty nice. And then also, this card is what allows you to play through your opponent's turn. I actually won like multiple games through D-Barrier. I think I won almost every single game I got D-Barrier this event, funny enough, because of stand up Centurion, where like I handshot my opponent, they thrust for a barrier, and I was like, okay, sure, no problem. I'll search Phalanx set up so that I can Synchro Summon on their turn, or sometimes I just OTK them, quite frankly. But yeah, stand up Centurion is actually amazing. One of my favorite field spells. For sure right now. And then of course we have 3 Emblems Oath. This card is also
Dogmatica, Calamity, Alba System. I don't think that card's that good. It's definitely an interesting card though.
Really crazy. And now it's guys finally searchable. This card can either place a Centurion monster from your deck in the spell and trap zone, or you can set any Centurion spell and trap directly from your deck. So I think this card is like everything you want in a card. It's a starter, it's an extender, it's an extra interruption. Just overall amazing card. So these are like your 13 starters, right? So these all do the 1-card combo. And then we're gonna get into some more stuff. We have Centurion Autry and Centurion Gargoyle. These are basically like engine requirements that you have to play in the deck in order to have your deck function. Oh, sorry guys, one more shout out. Huge shouts to Santoli and Rayhan. I also like talked to them about the event, and then also like Cam, who also like helped me test this event as well. And then of course like Sam. I always test with these guys like for events, but yeah, like I said, if you guys want to be part of like the testing group, then obviously join the Metafy in the description box below. But yeah, to continue with the rest of this, yeah, we have Centurion Autry. This card came out in info, and this card basically is like a heat soul. It draws your card whenever you have an emblem in your graveyard alongside a Centurion card. So this card basically is what allows you to get multiple draws. Then you have Centurion Gargoyle. Gargoyle is basically better than MF. And then you have Wake Up Centurion, which allows you to do this card lets you play under Shifter, because when you get shifted, Wake Up Centurion can summon a token, the level 8 token, and then make Oxella and then search the field spell.
I kind of like the no MF approach.
Also, and then Oxella can place
the card's kind of a
Centurion monster in the spell and traps off of office itself. And then you have Centurion Bonds. This card is amazing. I thought this card was like I wanted to cut this card when I first picked up the deck, but then I was like, bro, I just didn't know the lines. That was the issue why I wanted to cut it. But then after I figured out some of the lines with Bonds, it made it so every time you open like these weird combinations of like Gargoyle Ultra in your hand, Bonds just lets you play through them. Bonds is also really cool because when it's in the graveyard, you can use it to chain block your Legacy on your opponent's turn when you make it. Because whenever a Centurion monster is Synchro Summon, you can banish it to place any Centurion monster in the spell and trap zone. So the fact that it allows you to extend when you open really awkward, as well as it helps you play through. I'm
gonna fix the Twitch chat while we're watching this too, guys, so you guys can talk if you're a follower.
Awesome on your Legacy is really nice as well. And then you have double phalanx. I play 2. A lot of people play 1. The reason why I play 2 is because I think it's a
2 is crazy.
really good card to just open. So when you go first and you open phalanx, it's a free discard. So basically when you only play 1, it becomes kind of a brick if you draw it. And you have to find creative ways to get out of your hand. But I figured that I just play 2 because I like ending on it. Because against like the Yubel matchup, for example, if you phalanx your opponent's Phantom of Yubel, it doesn't come back during the next time phase because it wasn't properly summoned. And then this card, when you can banish it from the graveyard to reborn any Centurion Synchro, which is kind of like the main combo line now. You use Wake Up and then to send the phalanx, and use phalanx to kind of reborn a Centurion Synchro monster from your graveyard. So this is kind of like pretty much yeah, this is pretty much like the lineup. So these are your Centurion lineup. As you guys can see, I would say they're all pretty much mandatory. Second phalanx is optional, but I really like 2. I think it's really good, especially in the grind game as well. And then we have like the other sub engine. I played only the Lebellion package, right? And then I played 1 regain, and then I played the 3 bestials. So basically, I wanted like a level 8 engine, a sub engine, which in this case is Lebellion, that allowed me to you know, push through an Imprimer Veiler on Primera. But also the fact that these are also serves as non-engine into boards, right? So the bestials are just really good at dealing with, I believe, the Azamina cards. Because of the fact that like you can target like the Azamina fusion when they try to like add back the fusion spell. And the bestials are just really good. They have a lot of really good synergy with the deck because they allow you to make Chaos Angel, and I think like that was like the main selling point for these cards. And I knew I wanted to play bestials in the deck just because it works really well with the Centurion cards. I think Chaos Angel won me so many games off of it alone. And Branded Regain allows you to do there's like a draw 6 combo. I literally like freestyle during the tournament where I drew 3 cards on my opponent's turn, another 3 cards on my opponent's turn, where like you draw off Regain, Autry, and then Legacia, and then your opponent's turn you draw off Regain, Autry, Legacia again. So yeah,
The Chaos Taurus Dragon, Thomas Farina.
I think this engine was really good. So and then to go into the hand traps, I decided to play obviously the 3 Bisters you guys see, the 3 Ash Blossom, right, the 3 Effect Veiler.
Also, GZ, I saw your message before about being 1/3 away from Witchcrafters GX. That is wild.
The 2 Ghost Ogre, 2 Nibiru, 2 Mourner. And then we have 3 more impermanents, right? So we play 18 hand traps. I think this was the reason why I did so well. A lot of people just decided to main deck Furos, but I decided not to main deck Furos because I think the card is just not really that good in the main deck. A lot of times, my issue with Furos is that you get 1 or 2 draws off it, but your deck's engine isn't really that good at going second. So I'd rather just kind of like hard stop my opponent instead of letting them get to a half board. So like in Centurion, for example, like if I like Furos or Purrely my opponent, it would be in game 2 where I sided in.
So that's interesting. Like Furos isn't good in the main. Like that's something I kind of dealt with Perulia. So like I do think like Fualos, like I kind of said, like either it needs to be in the main or the side. I think it's arguable that it's actually bad in the main deck because it sucks going first.
Because I want to have, you know, like 25, like I want to draw into like hand traps, not like and not like draw into like more like engine cards. So that's why I think they were like way better post side. I decided to play like the 2 Ogre, the 2 Nib, and the 2 Mourner because I just want like these are like kind of hard once per turn hand traps. So I wanted diversity in hand traps. You know, Ash is an exception because I think Ash is like the best generic one, so I don't mind playing 3 of it. But the 3 Veiler, 3 Imperms are like hand traps that you can use if you even draw multiples of. But these are hand traps that like literally, if you draw multiples of them, it's really bad because it's like you play with a 4-card hand, right? And so I really wanted to avoid that. So I decided to play the 2 Mourner, the 2 Ogre, and 2 Nib, and they worked really well for me. Nib is really good too because if you draw going first, like you pretty much auto win because they just can never clear your board and then play around Nib. Mourner was really good because they were like the 7th and 8th copy of Veiler and Imperm, which was insane to the Azamina deck. Like I literally did not lose to a single Snake Eyes, and I beat like I think 5 Snake Eyes opponents. So like it was honestly the Snake Eye match was like really free when you have like the Veiler, the Imperms, and the Mourners. And then Ogre was just like because it was overall very good into like random rogue decks. It was good into like the Azamina engine.
I really like his theory on I really like his theory on Furos and then like the hand traps. Like that's why Pack is one of the best. Like it's really thought out theory. Just like running 2/2/2, you don't want to draw anymore. I mean, you have your non once per turns and Veilers, but on the once per turns, you don't want to draw multiples of them.
Because if you stop the Azamina engine, then they don't have an
He's not running.
so like
yeah, I guess
you have like
between the Nib and Mourners. Very good. Yeah, I like that.
Veiler or Imperm or Ash or something, and they just like worked really well.
60 card WWW Witchcraft for Whitewoods. That's crazy.
Their deck. So yeah, that's why I thought these hand trap line was really good.
I'm looking forward to it though.
To see that this is probably one of the few decks that top the YCS without main deck Furos, but I think it actually made a lot of sense because when you go first and you get stopped, which my deck doesn't really play through like that many hand traps, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't want to be sitting on dead cards. I'd rather have live hand traps to make it so they pass back to me. And I think that strategy worked really, really well. I know it's like very counterintuitive, but the more I thought about it,
I
like,
think it works in branded, especially because you don't have other hand traps you're bricking on or whatever. But like, I don't know.
I think it just made the most sense. And like I said, I think this deck was a really good meta call because everyone would. I knew people would main deck it, even though I didn't necessarily agree with the fact that they were main decking Fururos. Because literally all my opponents who Fururos purrelyed me game one, they all lost because literally they're not getting a lot of draws. And the cards that they're drawing off Fururos was never gonna break my board pretty much. So now we're gonna get into the side deck. So the side deck, of course, we have the 3 new Mochomi Fururos. And then we have the new Mochomi Purrely, right? So I do side 6 of these. The main reason for this is because, like I said, I keep the 18 hand traps. If you guys are interested in the side pattern, you can check out the classroom. But basically, I go to like about 24 to 27 hand traps. So I go from 18 to 24. And I honestly do believe that the Mochomis in my deck are a lot more impactful because I have 18 hand traps on top of the Mochomi, not 18 hand traps including Mochomi. And that's a very important distinction because when these cards resolve, I'm drawing like infinite ways to keep stopping my opponent. So yeah, I think that's just really, really good. And then I played 3 Retail C. I think this is like kind of like the secret goo. The reason why this is so good is because like the decks that like you can't really hand trap consistently are the fusion decks, right? Like Branded, Fiendsmith, Chimera. And
Retaliating C is another card that a lot of people were theorizing out. Like shout out to Krabs TV. Like when we were testing, he had retaliating in his Fire King side, and it's very good. Like it's very good in the against the meta right now. If you stick this onto your board against an opponent, it's basically a macrocosmos. Your opponent's not going to be able to out it very well, especially if they're just like going into their Azamina or Snake Eye, or rather Fire King combo.
Retail C just basically macrocosmos them and then stops them from pushing forward, because you know how hard it is to hand trap the Fiends with the Chimera deck. And then not only that, Retail C was also really good into the Azamina Snake Eyes deck because the new combo line with the deck is you go Witch, set Deception, you Deception tribute the Witch, you search Sacred Azamina, then Sacred Azamina. You can chain Retail C to it to macrocosmos your opponent. And because the cards off Sacred Azamina is not hitting the graveyard, they won't be able to special summon the fusion monster. And then Retail C is really, really strong because it's a level 4. It's a level 4 monster. So if you 6 on the board and they pass, you can then normal summon a Primera. You go Primera effect. They can't Veiler you under the Retail C because it macrocosmos everything while it's face up on the board.
Also, guys, anyone coming from the Twitter link, we did just review the Jesse Con feature match. So just go back in the stream a little bit if you want to catch up on that about like 30 minutes before. And then come back to the live.
Stand up. Then you can link Synchro Summon using the Primera and the Retail C into a Primera Primus. And then even if they hand trap you and Veiler you there, you already got access to your field spell because of the Primera resolving. So this card just had a lot of like really neat applications that I really, really like.
I do think it's 100% correct to run either Purrely or Furos. Purrely on the side deck is 100% correct. Furos is more debatable if you want main decker, and I think most decks want main deck. Honestly, it's still max C at the end of the day, but it is a really dead card going first. So if your deck isn't designed around having 1-card extenders, like that's the theory with my branded deck, it kind of leans into what Pac was saying, where you have to have 1-card extenders if you want to be maining Furo. So that's why I'm running cards like Nadir Servant. It's a 1-card extender. That's why I'm running things like Grass. It's a 1-card extender. You know, the Pot of Desires, Allura Darkness with another dark. Like these things are very good, generically independent cards usually.
And also, yeah, Retail C is also good into like the runic decks, obviously. So
Red Eyes Full Metal Dragon and Branded, probably not, but I need to look into it.
Activate any of the runic cards, you know, it would automatically get banished, or like usually if you have to get the effect to summon, obviously, but yeah. So cover the runic matchup, fusion matchups, and then of course like Snake Eyes. Then for going first, so this is gonna look a little bit weird, but I decided.
Also, what's up, Deli G89? I didn't even see you say anything in the chat. How you doing? How you doing, brother? Channel member Deli G89. It's nice to see you. Have you been playing much Yu-Gi-Oh lately, or taking a break?
Well, this is not weird at all, but I think this is the best floodgate of the format. Deck lockdown. This deck has.
Yeah, I just realized if that Konami wants to appeal to the casual audience, why are they doing YCS that just shows the best decks when casuals? Oh no, I already read that.
A very cool interaction with this. And then of course when they're.
Oh, deck lockdown's cool.
But basically deck lockdown says neither play can add cards from deck to hand except by drawing them, and monsters can always special summon from their main deck. The thing is, I knew that a lot of people would be on back row removal. And even if they were, right, it didn't matter. Well, why? Because Centurion like Moxilla, right, says all face-up spells and trap cards that you control cannot be destroyed by your opponent's card effects. So this is, or cannot be destroyed by card effects. And this is really important because when you have deck lockdown with Auxilla, they can't lightning storm your back row against to get rid of your deck lockdown or duster you. And then if they try to get rid of Auxilla, they can't because Primera has a secret effect in the spell and trap zone. It says that like your Centurion monsters that are level 5 or higher can now be destroyed by your opponent's card effect. So they couldn't Raigeki to clear Axilla, and they couldn't Storm to clear deck lockdown. So it was a nice, it's a very good lock against like Tenpai. And so I'll be honest, guys, I have like a 90-10 Tenpai matchup. Like I'm talking about like my opponents in testing would open like Shifter, Furos, Lightning Storm, Raigeki, Chandra, Field Spell, and they would lose. Like literally, I'm not even like.
That makes me just want to play Centurion with this build because, yeah, Tenpai loses 2 hand traps, and that's why, guys, you guys are going to see me pick up decks like Ryzeal and probably and Fire King maybe, and take those to YCSs. I'll still be running Branded at regionals, but it's like, until Tenpai is killed off, you need to be, like, and like, obviously I said before, Branded can win, Branded can top, it's just like, you have to, you have to try so hard, and the matchup isn't even guaranteed when like Pac's playing a deck that's like 90-10 versus one of the best decks. So it's like
I wish I was exaggerating.
You know, this just might not be the best format for Branded, but I still think Branded's still, like I said, one of the best non-fire decks.
But you know, the inner circle people have seen the replays.
Lee Warrior 88, how you doing? Channel member in the chat. I feel paying Pokemon my friends are doing right now because of the format. Yeah, no, yeah, I don't blame your friends for playing Pokemon. It's really, I don't blame them. It's not bad. It's kind of a not great format.
This deck just destroys like Tenpai, and I wanted to beat that deck, guys, because that deck has robbed me of so much sometimes. So I wanted to beat it. And then they're gonna be winners for obviously like Yubel matchup and then Tenpai matchup.
I feel that, Pack. I feel that. I'm like 06 versus Tenpai in my last 3 big events.
So there's that. And then this is gonna look really weird, but I thought this was like the goo. Some deck building goo. So basically
it's mainly like me misplaying against like most, like half of those games are definitely from misplays, but it's like one misplay, right? And then you lose the game.
Like, you know, I obviously already consider that these are the best going first cards for the deck, but instead of trying
Do you think that Tenpai will get the tier treatment next ban list? I'd say so. I think they're seeing what's happening in the OCG, and they like put Chandra to 1 and like Kaiman to 1, and the deck is still the 3rd best deck in the room. So they're gonna have to like ban Chandra. They're gonna have to do something here.
Decide more go first cards like Judgment, Strikes, or like, you know, I don't know, like Anti-Spell, Skill Drain, or something like that. I wanted to.
I think that's pretty likely with those cards being cheap. So many people hate Tenpai in the TCG. It's just a very skillless deck. I think you can still run it and be a great player. It's just like it's a deck that that doesn't play Yu-Gi-Oh normally. It really just breaks down to the game of, do you have like 2 Raigekis and 2 extenders, and then you're good.
More ways to play the game. Because I think that like you can't just floodgate your opponent, hope to win off the backbone of floodgating your opponent. You also need to access your engine. So I decided to start a bonfire to get the 14 copy of a 1-card starter, because again, at Judea. And I decided prosperity because honestly, if you have 14 1-card starters in your deck, you're probably gonna hit one of these. And the thing is, they should be siding Joel against your deck. So that's why these cards are a lot better post side, because people take Joel out of their deck against you. But even if they have Joel, the deck can still play under Joel. It's just more of the fact that, like, you know, I think Joel is less impactful post side because they should just be taking out of their deck. And then also prosperity is more copies of like any floods. And then it's just more copies of like a starter. And then yeah, bonfire is just also bonfire just gets you the true day. But it's also really important. The reason why I sided these two and why I thought they were really important is because, like, you know, when you go first, right, like one of your lose conditions is not seeing engine. That's totally how I lost in top 16, guys. I literally just went first. I said, yep, you pass, you could go. And so I even try to mitigate some of the consistencies, like concerns I had with this deck. But yeah. The other thing is that Bonfire and Prosperity are cards that helps you play when you get shifted, right? So like being able to increase your starter count under shifter is really important too. So that's why I cited this. Because, you know, Tenpai would probably still try to shifter you. But yeah, so that's why I cited 2 consistency cards for going first that I thought was just better than trying to play like a floodgate, more floodgates, or more like, you know, go super heavy go first card. So these cards are really good. I actually drew this against Jesse, which I thought was really funny. And Jesse was like, "Well, you play that?" And I'm like, "Bro, it feels so weird bonfiring for like not a Snake Eye Ash." But I did do that, and I guess and then yeah. The proper prosperity is just like pretty much landing card in your deck. So let's get into the extra deck. So you play the 1 Typhon. You know, this is a hand trap board type of deck. So Typhon lets you come out on top in a lot of grind games, especially against like SP. Then of course you have to play SP Little Knight. You play IP Masquerena, and then we play Artemis. Shout out to Marco from Italy for giving this to me as a gift. But yeah, so these are all really good.
Oh, shout out to Marco. I know Marco. Marco's the man.
He's a card that you end on quite a lot, especially if you get hand trapped. And then if you open Rebellion plus any 1-card starter, you get on IP on top of your board for free, which is really, really good removal. And you have SP Little Knight, obviously, for removal. Artemis is a card that can link off the Primera, into Artemis, and then you can go into SP Little Knight after the fact to banish a card. You can also do it with Effect Veiler, which came up for me where I opened Rebellion and Effect Veiler, and I linked off the Veiler into an Artemis so that I can SP my opponent. Then we played Scarlight. Basically, it's a way to nuke your opponent's board, especially main phase 1. Could be important. Never really came up for me, but thought it'd be useful to have it. Played 2 Centurion, Primera Primus. Guys, cards like Omega Custom. I don't even know what to tell you. I played 2. I see a lot of people online are playing 1. I really do think 2 is really good because you make 1 going first, and then if it gets stopped, you can make a second one on your opponent's turn. Why is this card so good, and why is it a 2 of? Well, first off, when you're locking into Centurions off of like when you're locking into Centurions, or like you can only access like a Synchro 8 or Synchro 12 on your opponent's turn, but you don't already have a 12 up. Legacia and Auxilla, right, are not. Or Legacia is an interruption on your opponent's turn because you pop a card and you draw a card. Auxilla just searches your card. Well, Primera Primus, not only does it search Oath, it has the ability to pop 1 card on your field and 1 card on your opponent's side of the field. So the fact that this card is a removal for like the 10-5 field spell, or like it can be used to pop Nightmare Pain, is I think just too good. So you know, this card only gets rid of monsters. This card could be monsters or spells and traps. So that's why this card is a 2 of in my opinion. And then for this other Centurion,
Yeah, the new synchro is really good. I cannot lie.
synchros, I played double Legacia and then 1.
I'm not sure. I don't think it's Marco Pertelli. He's someone who comes to the States for a lot of events. Kind of like the Merlin guy I was talking about before, who does swaps and stuff like that.
Auxilla. The reason why you have to play double Legacia, in my opinion, is because so like Oath 1 card combo ends on both Auxilla and
yeah,
Legacia
it's not Marco Pertelli.
face up. So sometimes you want to make a Legacia on the turn 3, or if you want to make a second Legacia on your opponent's turn. So that's like the main reason why. And yeah, I find myself going for Legacia Auxilla a lot actually, just because like I like having both the big 12s on the board, and the what do you call it? The draw is like really useful because like I said, you play 18 hand traps in the main deck, you're drawing only just hand traps to be honest, 99% of the time. It's just really good. So yeah, those are the Centurions. Oh, also the other reason is because of Unicorn. So like basically playing multiples of this and multiple of this made it so that people played Unicorn and they like, you know, played our YCS Cancun list. Like having doubles of these are really good. I don't really mind if they rip Auxilla if they do. Having like 2 of this and 2 of this was, in my opinion, still really good. Because you know, Unicorn is when they would have gone first.
Thomas just subscribed. Thank you very much.
So Green will go second with these. I thought were like better. Like you don't really need Auxilla to go second, but you know, Legacia and Primera Primus to clear their board and search and break their board is more important than the 1 Auxilla. So that's why Auxilla is the 1 of.
So what's up, Raul? How's it going, bro?
And then we have some more synchros. I played Chaos Angel. This card is just phenomenal. When you make it with a light and dark, it's really hard for a lot of decks out in this format. So that's why it's really strong. You play the Spotter, because we play the Bestial package, and there's a really cool play where you can like use the Bestial to actually banish a Legacia or an Auxilla, and then you can use this Spotter to summon the Legacia or the Auxilla back from the banish and then trigger them. That was really
that's
nice.
really good.
I mean, at that point you Omega win, but in the grind games, these cards are just like ways like you like pretty much like establish like game. And then of course we have the Crimson Dragon, and then we have the 2 Cosmic Blazars, guys. This is why I think this deck is absurdly broken right now. This is like the best Omni Negate in the game at the moment, in my opinion, because it banishes itself for cost and it just comes back against like the 10-5 matchup. You can actually banish this to negate an attack. You can also use this to negate a summon. And so like they have like the 10-5 field spell up. You can use Quasar to negate the summon, so that it bypasses the field spell protection, which is crazy. And of course, it's Omni Negate for literally anything. If you have 2 in rotation, I've never lost. And yeah, every 1 card combo ends on double Blazar now, which is pretty much game. You can also, another cool thing that people don't know is that if they try to Typhon you to out this can also negate the summon a Typhon, because Typhon hasn't actually hit the board yet, so you could use the effect of it.
What's up, the Magic Geek? How you doing? How you doing, my man? Wish I could afford Fuelos for salads, man. It would go crazy. It would. Have a good time at work, though. Thank you for coming through while you could. Volt with the, I can't even tell what kind of emote, the horse emotes in the chat,
which is also just really crazy. But yeah, so that's pretty much the extra deck. You'll see that some considerations is I don't play Red Hot Supernova. Honestly, guys, literally never missed the card ever. Don't really think you need it, so that's why I didn't play it. And then I'm trying to think if I didn't play anything else. Oh yeah, there's also Chen Ying. I didn't play Chen Ying because in my opinion, whenever I had access to a Synchro 10, I prefer to go into these 2. I just thought that they were way better. I think Chen Ying only comes up against like the Fire King matchup, but there's a lot of like cool interactions you can do with Chaos Angel and a lot of cool things you can do with like you know, there's just like other things you could do instead that like honestly I didn't really feel like I needed. I'd rather just have ways to beat like Unicorn, and you know, the other stuff just came up for me way better. So yeah, but yeah, this is pretty much it, guys. Hope you guys enjoyed the deck profile, and if you guys want more
shout out to Pac-Man. Go check him out, of course, if you're not already subscribed. Great deck profile. Really cool to see Centurion do so well. He was like the only Centurion player too at the event, so very cool. Also, there was
Hello guys, welcome.
There is a first place tier list if you guys saw it. First place tier list from the Swiss Open. Do you guys want to watch that? That's really cool. First place tier limit.
So, welcome to the Raiden Try channel. Today we've got Zio Mundry who wants to show us his beloved deck. And yeah.
So this guy got first place at the Swiss Open, I believe. I'm gonna double check. Donuts Gaming, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, my brother.
Show us the deck.
Hi, I play TEARLAMENTS as always, and I just want to show my deck list. Yeah, so we start with all the tier names at 1, because they are at 1. And we play 3 Rhino Hearts. We play 3 Tier Kash.
Yeah, this was yeah. So this was. Oh wait, no, it wasn't. Oh, okay. So Felix's list is not out yet. Okay.
Yeah, tier cards, it's enough. And
I'm not sure.
We can't mix any more. 3 Fenrir, because
oh, it's not Zio? Okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Okay. Then we will watch. We'll find some of the other YCS Niagara deck lists. I hope Ryan Yu's deck list comes out, because I want to see the second place Sky Striker list. Because obviously Sky Striker got second while Fire King from Landon Oliver got first. So very cool to see.
Hey guys, we're here with my boy Griffin.
Day 2 Mermail deck profile from Hakuna. Top 32 Rescue Ace deck profile.
Hey guys, we're here with Matt and Imad, who finished top 32 both at YCS Niagara with Rescue Ace. I understand your list is pretty much identical, so might as well do the profiles together. What are your thoughts on this deck for the format?
Oh, this deck's crazy. So, initially, when I was testing out the decks that I want to play for this event, I ruled out a lot of the very current popular picks very early. Decks like
Oh, Donuts Gaming subscribed on Twitch Prime. Thank you, thank you. Hey, big dog. When do you look at custom cards? Oh, okay. So yeah, I've been wanting to do a custom card segment for a while, guys, because you guys love the content where I go over custom cards with branded cards. So we do have a place on the channel. They're called custom cards. If you want to post your submissions there, once we have some custom cards / fake cards, just like queued up in the custom cards channel on my Discord, we'll start doing a segment like every so often where we can review, make fun, and just laugh and just theorize on custom cards too, not just like make fun of them, but just like, you know, silly fun cards. And then there's also just obviously the good fun cards that could potentially be like cards for future use. I'm not sure why that didn't work as it is. Donuts Gaming, I'll link you the Discord right now, but there's always the hyperlinks right below.
Decks like Fire King, because I felt that they weren't well positioned to the meta, because we expected a lot of Shifter, a lot of Furos, and the decks that could play those, such as, you know, Tempai, right? So as a result, when I was going down my list of what I wanted to play, I got to Rescue Ace, and the more I played it, the more I was like, this deck's insane. It's crazy, right?
My thoughts were kind of going into a newer format, and we had no idea what to expect. So I figured out that we play like a better engine deck. As you see in the deck profile, there's a lot of engine and a lot of very little non-engine.
Runic Tenpai is good too. I think that's Cap, Astara Magnifica.
Because the engine just pushes through so many things, and then once we resolve the turbine, it's just over.
Okay, awesome. Well, let's get right to the list then.
Yeah. So I'm going to be showing my list, but the differences, Imad will chime in and he'll let everyone know like what he played different and why. So standard, 1 lifter. I wish this was at 3, but you know, Konami. 2 hydrant. You stop playing 3 because we're not playing Fiendsmith in this deck, and as a result, hydrant is no longer a 1-card combo for anything, and as a result, you don't actually want to open this unless it's in good combinations with other engine pieces. So 2, I think, was the appropriate number. We played 3 Impulse. There's 6 cards with Impulse in the name of it in my deck, but this card was insane. Every time I saw it, sometimes you want to draw 2 because you would drop one on your opponent's turn, and then you have another one to drop on your
This card is probably the best card in the Rescue's engine. Like,
we could watch those deck profiles too. Prince XVI. There's also regional top 2nd place, Unchained and Fire King top 4 on the Raid and Trade channel.
I almost just beat Santiago on top 32 just with this card. Like, it was insane.
The card's insane. It gets you follow-up. Sometimes gets you interruptions. Like, I had a game where I opened the Fire Engine in my hand, and I went Impulse Tribute, summon the Preventer, and because this triggers on summon, I was able to summon this, which gets me follow-up, and then I also had an interruption on their first turn without having to use hand traps. So it was great. I loved it a lot. And then for the big machines, we played 1 Fire Engine, 2 Preventer, 1 Turb. The second Turb was a bit of a contention, but I think that 1 was fine. There's nothing that like really snipes.
We also have the Ritual Beast list from top 16 here that we can check out.
This randomly anymore, like face down, and so it's like super easy to get it from wherever. And while sometimes like if you have a very like engine heavy hands, you do want to open it to like play through hand traps. I thought that 1 was good enough because I didn't want to club it.
I think the ratio is perfect. All the ratio of these cards was just perfect.
So that's the YCS names.
This is a funny deck profile, honestly. It's just like
For spells,
this guy's so excited about it. I love it. You love to see the passion.
I played 2 emergency. Matt played 3.
So I played the third one because so in his deck you show the call by.
Yeah. So the 1 card difference that we're playing in the main deck is I played a call by instead.
So I played the 3rd emergency over the call by because the deck if you have a 6-card engine hand, like this is probably one of the best cards to open in an all engine hand. So I just wanted to see it.
Yeah. So the thing that's really important about emergency is that this is what helps you beat Furos and Shifter, because when you see it in combination with any Rescuer's name, you can chain it immediately to, like, because a lot of people I was playing against were shotgunning Furos or shotgunning, you always shotgun Shifter. So as a result, you need this to be able to turn set 4 under Shifter. But if you don't have that, it's really hard to get to your win condition. But we do play some stuff on the side to kind of get around 10 pie, dropping Shifter, the draw phase, everything. So I thought 2 was fine. I think if I played this
Instead of Witchcrafters, maybe I can make you learn Ritual Beast. Honestly, I'd be down, but like, oh my god, that deck seems hard to play.
second again, I would play 2 again. We played 1 Alert, 1 Rescue, very standard. 1 HQ. This card's insane.
I played against a lot of rogue matchups, so I use this card like crazy. I know he played against a lot of more meta.
Yeah, I played mostly meta, but there were a lot of games where when you're playing through your turn, your opponent is going to throw as many hand traps as they can because it is a hand trap format, and as a result, sometimes having access to this just wins the game. Because like I had games where I would get 2 bodies on board, and after they hand trap me multiple times, like
what's up, Malware Gaming? How you doing? How you doing? What's up? What's up? Just joined the stream. Were there any White Forest Runic over there? I think there was one that topped, I believe. I want to say maybe. No, I mean I think there was one in the breakdown, so we'll have to see when the list comes out.
And they'll like Dominus Impulse your rescues, Turbulence in hand. But if you have this, you can just Tribute 2 and just hard summon it, and then just you win because.
Is Landon a better player than Ryan? I mean, you know, it's hard to sometimes compare players outside of their accolades. I think that Ryan is obviously a more accomplished player than Landon. Like Ryan, you like going to Worlds finals twice and winning one of them. I think he's also like played Worlds before that. He might have he came in like pretty close before that, I believe, too. Ryan Yu's just a very consistent player, but Landon Oliver has been having an insane year this year, whereas like Ryan Yu, he hasn't been playing TCG at all except for this, which, I mean, very good top at second place with a Sky Striker. Like, that's literally playing with a handicap. Like, I think Striker is good, but I think that's very much like that's like winning the event with branded kind of thing. Like that, like, or getting that close kind of thing, you know? But I do think Landon's a very good player. So, and he got top 4 at Nats this year. I forgot if he went to Worlds or not. I think he did.
So
Emery topped with Centurion. The vid is on his channel. I'll check it out.
I was very happy with it. It's crazy in the grind. Like if this resolves,
I guess we're just like watching all the topping deck profiles for the week.
Shuffle 4, you win the game like on the spot.
I mean, it depends. I want to play some
it was
DB
good.
too, but.
And then we just played the 2 regular traps in the main. So 1 Extinguish, 1 Contain. They did their job. It was very good. I had no problems with it. And then I played, you know, the reinforcement of the army so that we have 2 cups of Lifter, but also because in the games where you open Lifter, and I opened the Lifter a lot this weekend. Like, I want to say like 5 or 6 times.
I opened up a lot too. Yeah.
But when you
Keep on watching Zio. That was my boy. I'll go back to that profile, Rebel. What did he top with that, or was that just like a locals?
When you open like Rhoda and Lifter, you can just grab Impulse.
I always cited this card out though, but
yeah.
like
I kept
saw a lot of A lot of drool, so
I saw droll once. Yeah. And then I played the call by, as we discussed earlier. And then for the
Donuts, I know they are friends, but it's odd seeing Sam's setup and not Sam's over hyper ass. Yeah, no, that was definitely odd.
Snake Eye Azamina stuff, we played 3 Wanted.
EPA, by the way, just unrelated, the second place world champ actually goes to the locals I go to. I play him. He kicked my ass, but something I thought I should brought up. That's awesome, bro.
2 which is technically the worst starter in this deck because it doesn't get you a free draw. It kind of negs you really hard initially too, and it doesn't trade well with hand traps. So we decided to play. You can't play 1 because if it gets bestialed or it like randomly just gets sniped by something, you are dead in the water. So I was very happy with just playing 2. Wanted was crazy. Every time I saw it, I was very happy unless I was shifted. We played the 3 Bonfire and the Poplar. Initially, I wasn't playing Bonfire and Poplar. He was, but I was initially playing a much slimmer list. But as I was testing more, and I was talking, shout out to Kevin, by the way. The more we discussed that, because Kevin played the same list as me card for card. The more we realized that if we're gonna play with engine to just push through boards with limited non-engine, you need to have as many pushes as you can. And Bonfire is just another push. It baits interactions. It gets you to engine. It does so much. So you have to play it.
if you open a 6-card engine hand, this is the card you want to see in your engine in your hand. Like it just pushes through insane amount of stuff.
Yeah, I accepted that if they droll me, they droll me. That's life. But it was crazy. I loved it. And then
I understand
and the
that.
1 OSS because you need it for the rest of the stuff. And then we played 3 Deception, the Hallowed. This card was fine. I actually loved I opened this quite a few times, and because you're playing so many Sinful spoil cards.
Yeah, Ryan Yu's also a Dragon Duelist champ. I knew he had done something else big.
Sometimes you just start first action Hallowed, and your opponent goes,
Thanks,
oh,
Bolt.
and you just got a negate on board.
You
before
open
do-
this and
Oh, he
win-
won 2
this and
worlds.
won
Yeah,
again. It's just
that's
the game's-
crazy.
so
Dragon
sick.
Duel Worlds champion. Yeah, that's crazy.
It's crazy. This card was decent. I forgot to reset it a couple times when they hand trapped me to death, but I think it only mattered in 1 game. This card is kind of the weakest starter because it trades poorly into Retaliating Sea. It trades poorly into you're always going -1 initially, and if they Ash or if they Dominus this, you can't get to your Azamina stuff for the rest of the duel. So it was fine and it did its job, which was just baiting hand traps for the most part. So I thought it was okay. Shout outs to Cecilia, who I lost to in Top Cut, who sided in Retaliating Sea. And what I did was, instead of going, so my hand, that game was, I opened Witch, and I went Witch, immediately set this instead because I was afraid of Retaliating Sea. And then when I flipped it, suddenly I have Engine, and I can full combo still, because even with Retaliating Sea. But if I had started this, set this, I lose the game on the spot, because when you chain Retaliating Sea to this, they both get banished, and you get nothing. You just lose the game on the spot. It's crazy. It's so bad.
That's crazy. I think I hit my Retaliating Sea, but that's crazy.
Yeah, one of the things I did a lot was when you open just Witch as your realistic engine, you never want to actually set this because any one hand trap's gonna stop you no matter what. So you want a way to have the best follow-up as
Bro, I didn't see any White Forest cards. Crazy it dropped off like that. I mean, they didn't get any new support. I did play against them, but I've always thought Branded has a really good White Forest Runic matchup. If you lose against them with Branded, you probably misplayed sometime.
possible, and
Or
this is
Drew
always
bad.
the best follow, right? Because you just banish it on the next
Or
turn,
they just drew, play hand traps and they fucking drew cracked.
put back the Witch, grab your Hydrant or your Poplar, and you just play, right?
Yeah, a lot of times if I open up Switch, I just set the OSS. Deception is basically only if you drew it.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah.
I'm
So
well versed in Ritual Beast. Very nice.
I'm happy that we
I did watch combo videos every day and fell asleep to them. Learn my sleep, but that's not important, says GZ1K. It's a good idea to do.
did 3. I did have a list actually until Wednesday where I was playing 1 because I didn't want to see it going second. But you need it so much for those extra.
You just set out 2. You just set out 2 or something to go second.
Yeah, I side out 2 when I go second. And then the non-engine, we didn't play a lot of it. We only played 12, but we played, I think, the best 12.
Oh, we have the 3rd place. We have your buddy's 3rd place Labyrinth deck profile. We're gonna watch after this from Team Bortle. So I'm gonna speed this up.
Yeah, 3 Ash because it's good for Tempai, and also because you hit Mulchummies, it hits everything in the game.
Also, Sunlight Wolf add back. That's the crazy part of this card, right?
I never got to do that actually.
Common Ashes are
That's
base.
But we do play Sunlight Wolf, so in theory you can Ash and Mulchummy, and then later if you do your full combo and you have 1 extender, you can make the Sunlight Wolf add this back, and you now
Sunlight Wolf is so good right now.
I hit Kevin with it. I hit Kevin for us and added it back.
Yeah, shout out to Kevin again. Sorry, man. Yeah. Then we played the best 6 the best 6 trap hand traps. Dominus Impulse and Infinite Permanence.
It's so crazy, dude. These are the best hand traps in the game right now. Impulse Imperm, and like Mulchummy and Ash are like right there too. But Impulse, I think, is the best hand trap in the game. Impulse is just too good.
I didn't play Fiendsmith. This card is so good. It's just another 3 copies of Ash, except it doesn't trigger talents, it doesn't trigger thrust. It stops like random weird stuff. You can hit like flame burst effects to summon 2 from grave. Like you can hit anything. It's so good. Like I feel like when you're playing a limited number of non-engine, you have to play cards that get the most value in any matchup. And these 9 were very good.
Like opening like one of each of these is just insane. It's like an SDK.
Yeah, like if you open Imperm and Dominus, I don't think I could ever lose like any of those games, because once you get the Trap Engrave, which is also very easy because you're playing your Rescue Ace engine, which lets you have the Trapped Engrave as well, and because I'm not playing a single light monster in my deck. Actually, I'm not even playing a single Earth monster.
No,
we're only playing wind monsters on the side. That's it.
I think the only thing that conflicts the Impulse in our whole deck is something on the side, which is for Ross. That's
yeah,
it.
that's it, right? So like this is always live, so I keep it in hand, and even if they have Lightning Storm, even if they like clear your board, you still have like this, and you just kind of win off that like so much. So this was crazy against Tempai, because you like against Tempai, if you have like 2 of these, unless they have exactly normal Chundra, which something to do, you beat any push they have because you can stop both of us.
I don't know if you got evenly mad, but this weekend I got evenly the one time by a Centurion player. I had Rescue's Impulse and Dom's Impulse in my hand, so like I just played through this evenly. He hit me for like 6 cards off evenly.
It's crazy. And then the last non-engine we played was the best non-engine Super Poly. This card was insane.
Agreed. This is why I was saying to people with Branded, this is the best board breaker in the game right now.
It's crazy. Oh, it's crazy going first. It's crazy going first. It's crazy going second. This auto wins the mirror match. It destroys any of the UBL players who are playing the escape because this trades for the Varudras and the Rage. So they have 0. Basically you kill 6 interactions with this and 1 discard. So it was very, very strong, and like stopping the targeting protection is also super important. But for the most part, I only ever summoned Mudragon, but I did summon Guru a couple times, and like the draws are also very important.
So for this card, like he's the one who came up to me and said, "Yo, we're playing this card," and I wasn't sure about it at first. I was on Droplet, then I was trying Crow, and then after a couple turns, I think, you know what, this card is insane, and we just decided to play it. It's just insane all weekend.
Every time I saw it, I was like, "Oh, I win this game." So. All right, first side deck. Or
Extra deck?
Yeah.
Extra deck, we have the same extra deck.
Yeah, extra deck same. 1 Anima because you're playing decks with level 1 Sunlight Wolf. I did not like this card. I know Imad summoned it.
I summoned almost every single match I summoned it.
Everyone yelled at me to play this card. I did not like it. I think that this should have been either Underworld Goddess or Typhon. Either one could have been in, but I think that it should not be Sunlight Wolf. The Hida, the Dark, just Charmers. You use a Snake Eye player's graveyard better than they use their own graveyard. So you're just pulling out their Snake Eye cards and their DBL cards, and you're using it to push your own end. It's fantastic.
Yeah, that seems really nice.
The Phoenix, because you need to clear back. This deck has a very hard time dealing with back row, so you need a card that can also get bad cards out of your hand.
Also, because it's fire.
Yeah, it's a fire link. You need this for the Raging Zealantis OTK on an empty board, so it's very good. 1 IP. I think I summoned this once.
I did 1 time as well.
It might be cuttable. I wasn't very impressed with it, but
I think we need to keep it just because if we get 4 Ross, we need to have some sort of half board.
I think that's also reasonable. We played 2 Little Knight because you make 1.
Also, guys, remember, if we hit 60 members / YouTube members this month, we are going to give away 2 Platinum Rare Alubers, and if then we hit 80, we're going to continue to give away basically stuff. So don't worry. So guys, I'll if you do exclamation point giveaway, you can see the what happens
on your own turn, and then you make 1 on the next turn if you can't kill them. You have to play 2 in this deck because you are. Sometimes I make 2 in 1 turn.
I don't think the bot is working right now, unfortunately.
Oh
no, there we go.
It is text turb, mixed turb resolve. That's all we need.
Because if you sit on turb in this, if they imperm on turb, you just banish both and you still set 4. And if they imperm preemptively, you make the Promethean instead. Summon back to turb and you do it anyways, right? So crazy. It was very good. So I played Promethean. This card was crazy. Raging Zealantis. Just for the OTK stuff. No, I don't think I need to explain it. Then for the Super Poly targets, we played the 2. I was discussing playing Dragon's Alia at one point, but the problem is that if you fuse away a Desiree and a Varudras, the Desiree immediately trades with the Dragon's Alia. So I didn't want to do that because it gives you no value. So I think these were fine. I don't think I'd play a different set of Super Poly targets. And then the last 2 were just these 2.
I mean, they're gonna just send the Mud Dragon.
Card was broken. It's even more broken when your opponent uses it because they'll tribute it and then you'll rescue it back and you get your own negate, or you dark it and you get your own negate. You just take them. It's nice. This
one thing came up for me was if it got destroyed, you get to search for a spoils card. I actually didn't know that until I started playing the deck this weekend.
Yeah. And then this one is just it just searches any simple spoils card. It's so good. But I try not to play too hard into specific cards like Retaliating Sea. So I summoned this a lot, especially when I already had Engine. But I think I only summoned this a couple times. So it was good though. And then the side deck, which I think is the biggest difference between the 2 of us, we both played 3 Fulos. This card was crazy. because especially in a deck where like Rescuers, where you're playing a heavy engine count, you want to have as many cards in your hand, because when you have like 8-9 cards, you break almost any board, right? So a card
That's
like
how it was with Branded.
this, which forces your opponent to either play into a weaker board or draw, or give you like 5 draws, you're fine either way, right? Because you break weak boards like super easy with like 4 cards in hand. Like even if they give you no draws, you'll break their boards if they're weak, right? And if they start playing and give you the draws, you're gonna break through the board regardless, because you have 15 million cards in your hand and you just win the game, right? So it was very good. Every time I saw it, I won. So I was very happy with it. We both played 3 thrusts. Thrust was for very, very specific things. The times I saw it, I won the game. I was very happy with it. And then for the thrust targets, we played DDG for the we played DDG for like the Snake Eye deck and the U-Bell deck. Yeah, I never saw this. It was fine. And then for Tempai, we played Threatening Roll, because if you D-barrier them, they might have cross out. They can kill you through D-barrier as well. So we wanted a card that definitively said, skip your Tempai opponent's turn, and you win, right? I had one of my Tempai opponents pick up the card, read it, and go, who plays this, right? Like, and it was crazy the one time I saw it, right? The third trap we played, not quite a thrust target. Not quite a thrust target, but we played the reinforcing side. This is for Tempai as well, because what we do is we side with one container.
Alright, so this is basically, I mean,
because my only loss in Swiss was to Runic Stun.
Right? It's a Rescue Ace deck profile, guys. Let's see this lab deck profile. It's a lot shorter.
Brutal here at YCS Niagara Falls, Ontario. Oh my goodness, oh, we got packed through games over here. Let's go. And we have, third place player right here. Please introduce yourself to the world, man.
Ryan Carrigan, and I just got 3rd place with Labyrinth.
Labyrinth, oh my goodness. What made you decide to play this deck for the event?
They're my favorite. I've been playing them like since Tactical Masters or whatever came out. Like I remember being at the YCS like 2022 here, picking the cards up. I just love them.
Before we see the goo, any shout outs?
Oh man, I got a lot. My boys here for bringing me here, couldn't have done it without them. Everybody back at home, all my locals, Unmatched Gaming, Gamer's Edge, everybody I play with, even online, all the testing helps contribute to something like this. So many other people to shout out, you know who you are.
There you go. Without further ado, please show us the 3rd place good.
All right. Well, there's those also. Just get that out of the way. Some cool winnings. And onto the deck. The queen, the boss, lovely, and then just one lady. I drew this very minimally today, which contributed to my success, but you can summon it out of hand. It's not bad. And just one of these felt right for this build. The maids, 3 Ariana, 1 Ariane. There's a lot of really cool like combos and like interesting things you can do with this card, and this goes without explanation. 3 Butler, Extender, Hand Trap. It does it all. It's a really good card. Just contributes a lot to the strategy here. And this is a furniture Labyrinth build, so we've got 3 Stovey, 3 Chandragleer, and just 1 Kuklak. Even though it was just 1, there were a lot of really clutch games today where like I'd be like going second, I'd open the 1 Kuklak, and I'm like, well, I'm gonna lose if I don't try this, and I would just go for like the Kuklak into furniture, lovely pop, whatever combo, and it would work out. It was fantastic. And nobody wants to see this, but we got 3 of the Windmill Charmy. Yeah, I don't know what to say about this beyond the obvious, because I actually didn't really see it. I think I saw it like going second when you're supposed to see it, right? I saw it like once during Swiss, and then not until like the top 32 game did I ever see it again. But I had it going second twice in that top 32 game, and it just swept. Like, incredible card. Max see if it was like a little more fair. Onto the spells, Labyrinth. Incredible card. This did a lot of wacky things today too. It interacts, I'll just spoil it, but we got a certain new hand trap here. This interacts with this card also, and that helps you win the prize card in the playoff for that. We'll put that away for later. We got 3 Pot of Extravagance. I was debating between either 3 of this and 3 of the Charmy, or just go 6 Charmies. I ended up maining it, and very similar to the Fuaros, I barely saw it like all day. So I don't think I would ever cut it. I love it for this sort of build. It's perfect. Just a very interesting tournament experience with it. Onto the traps. 3 Big Welcome, 3 Little Welcome, I would not change that at all. I love that. And especially when you're going for like Max Butler, you want as many of these as possible. You can easily like side one out, but I enjoy having 3 of them. It just gives you more consistency and follow-up. Lets you push through boards when you have to. 3 Dharma Cannon. It doesn't...
Yeah, the one lady is pretty wild, I'm not gonna lie. Like, what happens if it gets banished, you know?
It doesn't trigger the Labyrinth cards or anything, but it's one of my favorite, one of the best normal traps right now. This plus Butler in any combination, going first,
it obviously
going second,
worked for him, though.
like, you're just gonna have so many great plays off of that. 3 Trap Trick, it's like a Trap Dex version of a consistency card. Not a whole lot going on there. 2 Rollback. There's also some cool plays with this. And it's also just Rollback, incredible card. We've got 3 of the new spice here. Dominus Impulse. Absurd card. Any deck that like falls under these attributes, you got to give it a look. Like, this card is so good right now. I can't understate it. The fact that it can like stop things like the Tenpai, like the Sangen Kaimen, like the quick play, like it saves you so many games. It's like Solemn Warning as a hand trap. What else can you say? And then 3 Imperm. We know what that does.
What's the main deck count, man?
43.
43, all right, respect.
Yeah, I usually try not to go above like 42, but between Fuwaros and Dominus going in, I had to like kind of concede that, get another one in there. I'll do the extra deck next. It's an extravagance deck, so you know a lot of these will be pretty obvious. 3 Muckraker, 2 SP, 1 Dark, and 1 Goddess for the links. I always say like these last 2 slots could be like whatever you want. I didn't make either of these all tournament as far as I can remember, but a lot of times when I was facing like kashtira based Snake Eye decks, you know, they're always going to go for the one of against that type of deck. So a lot of them were like knocking these out with Unicorn, and that helps a lot. It's 1 less Chaos Angel that gets hit. That's links. Xyz, 3 Typhon. It's like your normal summon in Labyrinth sometimes, and 2 Bagoo. You can do that off the Ariane plays. I only made it a couple times.
Just all these multiple ratios for the extravagance, I guess.
But it's like the best rank 4 you can go into, whether first or second. There's always something to do with Baguska. And honorary Labyrinth card, 3 Chaos Angel. It does it all. You'll never make it with the light effect, but you're not too worried about that. And finish up with the side deck here. 3 of the other Charmy. Like I said, I really thought about maining them both. And in hindsight, it probably would have worked out. I lost most of my die rolls. But no, I just felt a little off. I was going to really thinking about siding the extravagance, just keep it strictly for going first. But I'm happier with what I ended up going with. I think main extravagance was better. 3 Nibirus, not much to say. Although with the new Dominus card, you got to be careful because you could be like in a situation where you're like drawing off the chummies, right? And then you draw the Dominus. And if you think you can get more draws out of them, hold the Dominus, don't even use it, because if you use Dominus before this as a hand trap, you're gonna get locked out of using Nibiru at all. So you gotta make like some really like on-the-fly judgment calls when it comes to that. 2 Bestials, Mag and Druis. I would have loved to have mained them, but again, with all the new hand traps and everything like that, you have to play without reaching like 45 cards or higher. It just wasn't gonna happen, and I didn't want to do that.
It's totally understandable.
3 Cosmic. Overperformer. I think I sided this in almost every match I played for the tournament. Like, it was incredible. Only sad thing was in top 4 when I lost to Ryan Yu. I just recently like cut Eradicator Virus from this build, and I'm up against Sky Strikers, and I'm like, wow. As I'm drawing this, I'm like, huh, man, would really love Eradicator right now.
Yeah.
But what can you do? And then 2 DDG and 2 Dimensional Barrier. Between this, the Trap Tricks, and Dharma, there's almost no deck in the game that you can't like have some sort of incredible blowout versus. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and think about them, but think of any deck that comes to mind. One of those.
That's pretty crazy.
We got 3 Stovi.
Yeah, no, this is a pretty good build.
This card you got to be careful because I'd love to have mained this. Gonna get you somewhere, bring you back to your next
good
turn,
job to
lab
good job to Ryan Kerrigan, and shout out to Bortle for that. We do have the top 16 Ritual Beast list here too.
Portal here in Niagara Falls, Ontario, Canada. My goodness, whoa, please introduce yourself to the world.
Hi, I'm Cecilia Graham Bowles, and I made top 16 playing Ritual Beast.
Ritual Beast, so we decided to play Ritual Beast for the event.
I've been playing the deck since the new support came out, and I just really like the deck. Also, Shifter is a good card, and got good ability to play into a lot of the meta decks right now.
Okay, before we see
Yeah, but I mean, it hard dies to Mulcharmy.
top 16 Goo, any shoutouts?
I guess
But she did well with it, so hell yeah.
to Peter and Christian for helping me rework my side deck and lending me some stuff.
Well, without further ado, please take it with the rest of the group.
Alright. Well, first, we got the Ritual Beast engine. Got 3 Elders. This guy, great starter. Kind of extender, I guess. This plus for Impact.
If he's playing it in Punishment, I'm having flashbacks as Volt.
Canahawk are your best combos. We got Canahawk and Pengu, your 1-card starters, but if you get them at Elder, it's even better. These are just the best ones to see because they get everything started.
With
You can
Mulcharmy, it's a pop 2 with hand traps. What do you mean, GZ?
play with other names, but it's not as good. Then we got Lara. This card's crazy. She just gives you another normal summon, so she's an extender. She also summons from deck, and she can protect your entire field from being destroyed, which is really powerful. Then we have the one-ofs. Petalfin. I like this one because it makes the 1-card Rampengu combo a lot better if you go for Colossus, and it can also be helpful for breaking boards sometimes because it has a bounce on it. Apelio. This one's good for going for game because it buffs your entire board. Winda, she's the
yeah, she's running some of the bricks.
Like Lara, that counts as both.
Like sometimes people have been running, but I guess it worked out.
The Beast and a Tamer. Her effect comes up sometimes, mainly for crashing into SB because she's 16. We got Lara and Wen. It's just the Tamers to search. This one summons from Grave, this one summons from Banish. They use them in your combo, or you can search them for follow-up. And then we've got 3 Inheritance, which is the consistency piece that searches other Ritual Beast cards. And your seeds to set on your end board. It's a pop, usually 3 or more, so it's really good. Then for the other engine, we got the Nemesis cards. You can go flag into Corridor for Colossus or flag into Protoss.
Using Protoss all day?
Yeah, I've used Protoss a lot. It's usually safer to go flag into Corridor to make Colossus if you don't know your opponent's on, or just against some matchups. And under Shifter, it's kind of nice too because you can go flag, and then the flag gets banished, and you can add it back with Corridor, so that you can search Protoss again next turn. And then we've got extenders. Etelli's the best generic extender you can play.
They play the Floridian Dolphin. Yes, they do. I hope I see one when I go YCS Orlando GZ1K. You better not be false advertising there.
Yeah, Lara, because Lara gets you access to any of your other names if you banish her. So this plus any Ritual Beast name can get you started. And then Frost with that one now, but it's still a good consistency card, so you can play it. Then we got the non-engine. We've got the actual best card. This card's better than Fuelos, despite all the hype, to be honest. It just wins the game most of the time against many of the meta decks.
For some reason, it's still at 3, though.
Got the Ash. It's just most versatile hand trap along with Imperm, just to help disrupt boards. And then
not the Eldorado Imperms and Ashes,
just
guys. Oh no, it's just the Imperms. 2 Imperms. Oh god.
Disrupt boards. And then the rest of what I'm maining are breakers. We got Eclipse. It's a good breaker. It also helps you dodge
Incredible breaker.
Imperm because you can contact views with the face downs. It can also save you from Nib sometimes because Nib can't tribute the face downs, and you can still contact views using them.
Ooh, that's outplaying.
And it can also just be a good disruption going first because like you set this, your opponent summons like a couple monsters, you book them both and they can't play. And then we got Dark Ruler just to punish people for not respecting it, negate their board, and then just play through with all the gas the Ritual Beast engine has.
Nice. What's the main deck count?
43.
43, alright, respect.
I found it was the best ratios for getting the non-engine and stuff I needed while still drawing Shifter as much as possible. And then for the extra, we got SP. It's really good. We got IP. I honestly didn't use this very much for its effect. I usually just used it to like link things off and then like banish it for Protoss or something because it's a dark generic link monster. It's not SP. Given Falcos is when you need to use in your combo. It also helps buff all your other ones, so it can help beat over things or just help push for game because it buffs the monsters it points to by 600. But we got Unicorn access code. This can help pick apart boards, but I didn't really use it much this tournament. It didn't really come up much because most of the time I was just able to clear the board anyways. And then we got Ulti-Ray. I play 2 of this because I like being able to banish 1 off Rampangu, and this is... it can add back any of your other banished ones, but it's the only one that like can't add itself. Or like it can add another copy of itself, so I play 2 of it so I don't like get locked out of this because this card's really good. Especially the
this is like watching something in like a foreign language.
Read effect is also really
with
relevant
no subtitles
against all the good decks because it stops like Samsara Lotus, it stops Requiem, and it stops the new Azamina Con spell from searching because you just can't tribute anything. And then it's also just a banish. And we got Banshee for getting the Nemesis cards. You need this to get your Protoss. Ulti Canahawk, the amazing searcher, extender.
I
everything.
understand everything, says GZ. Learn to play the
card
deck. I should, so I can actually like know when a Ritual Beast player is cheating me or not on DB.
Makes it so that any beast and any tamer can let you play the game pretty well. Ulti Apelio, this one's mainly here just to banish for Rampangu so you can dump Apelio, but sometimes it comes up that you can make a 2600 to attack over things. And also, I guess it's unaffected, but that doesn't really matter. Nurture Drago, your extender from Grave.
Also, the Link 4 is crazy versus Heroes. Well, I'd hope Heroes is pretty mid right now. But I understand it's probably like really just crushes them, right?
This in case you lose one, because you really want the fact to be able to banish from Grave to summon. It helps keep your Canahawks going. It can also tag out for the Link monsters when they're banished. So when you make the last Ritual Beast Fusion Ulti Guy Palio, you can use like one of the Link monsters, and then you can just summon the back with Nurture Drago. This card's crazy. Just non-once per turn, non-once per chain, Omni-Negate, as long as you have Ritual Beast in hand. If you can like...
It's so good.
Get into a grind game, this card's insane, because you just like use Canahawk to search several times a turn, then you have multiple Omni-Negates. And then we got Colossus, the other thing for Nemesis Engine. It's just good to make blind into things instead of blind propelling Protoss.
Oh shit, the Colossus is cool. I like that a lot. I like that because
Especially
I remember Ritual Beast in the OCG was running Colossus more than Protoss, and like we started doing Protoss more than Colossus, but it's still a good option.
Going for the corridor route gets you more extension, whereas Protoss kind of takes a bit more effort to get out. And this can also just shut down a lot of decks. And then as for the side deck, we got 2 Bastiles. These are good for Fiendsmith stuff, especially Yubel. Don't play more because of other ratios. We got 1 anti-spell just for going first, because this card's still really powerful too. Good into basically everything. 3 Cosmic. I really wanted to play this card still, just in case of sun and stuff, but also because it's really good against Fire King. You just Cosmic the island and it forces out some interaction, which is nice. Then we got 3 Dim Fissure and 3 Retaliating Sea to try and play as many shifters as possible. This card destroys Azamina because you just change this to the Hallowed Azamina and they can't do anything. There's just a Macrocosmos on the field now. They don't even get to summon. But this was just a good one for going first, and just to be able to side out Dark Ruler for this going first most of the time, which didn't really come up much because I didn't actually go first post-siding a lot. At least not against decks that cared about this. Like I did it against like the Mirror and stuff. And then the last card is Dogwood in case of time. I basically only sided this in against decks that Shifter was bad against just to replace the Shifters, and it never mattered at all. I didn't even go into time a single time this event, so yeah.
That's pretty good as a Ritual Beast player. I can appreciate a Ritual Beast player who does not go into time their whole tournament. All right, let's watch this top 2, the second place Unchained regional deck profile.
I played the Schwandorf regional today. I got 2nd place. I was 7-0, lost the last round against Labyrinth.
This is pure Unchained, guys.
Yeah. I played Unchained. I don't think the deck is very good at the moment. But it was fun. I didn't learn Memento or anything yet, so I had to play it. It wasn't as bad as I thought it was. Like it worked out fine, but I don't think it is really that great going forward. But it's still got a lot better with the new cards. So let's get into the list. First of all, the normal Unchained package, the one-offs, only 2 Aura. I had to make space for the new Lacrima that came out. So
wait, Ritual Beast cannot go into time? I didn't know about this.
This was the most cuttable card next to
Class and I prefer ishizu. Oh, you are the Chad here. Who is bro in the background? What do you mean, EPA?
And I had to play one of 4 thrust as well for the Fuvaros. So I had to cut 2 cards, and I think Abon was kind of win more in most matchups except for Tenpai, and I think Tenpai is still favored without it, so it's fine. And this was the least impactful engine card, I think, because it's the most conditional. You need a trap for it. And you can mostly search it in your combo, so it doesn't actually contribute anything extra in your combos, really. So this was completely fine. It's not a lot of unchained names. You have to like recycle those with Sequentia for early a lot. So it takes a while to get used to, but it works out fine, I think. Then the 3 prison, obviously. Then the minimal amount of traps, because those are pretty clunky in this. You need those for follow-up. You need 1/1, obviously. And then you need a 3rd one for follow-up if you discard the Shabara or you summon the Shabara, your opponent's turn detaches of Caesar, whatever. And this is obviously better for follow-up, so you need 2 in 1. Then for the Fiendsmith package, still 3 Engraver, 3 Track, those are the best cards. You always want to see your Light Fiends. Your combos get much more resilient through hand traps. And your hands are like of a lot more pushes if you open one of those going second. Then with the 1 Larry, the 1 Sanct, because we play a lot. So, and this is actually 1 card Unchained combo now with the Lacrima. So, and then 3 Starfire. This is really good going second. It's still good going first, but the musket package is really good going second.
Oh wow, he's running a musket package. That's wild.
Calamity. I think those are the best normal summons you can play in this. You could play multiple Lacrimas, but I think it's fine to only have 1 that's accessible, and you just have those because these this is 2 interruptions going second. That's just so broken. And then the 1 Lacrima. This is completely broken with the new Link 3 of the Fiendsmiths. Obviously, it makes your Sanct the 1 card combo, and it helps play around Ash on the Fiendsmith part. But it's the second effect is super broken, where you shuffle it back from your grave on your opponent's turn and reborn any link. So that came up a lot. Like I deck outed one of the 1 Whitewoods. I 1 game 1 in time against 1 Runic Whitewoods because I went infinite with the Light Fiends and he couldn't deal with it in time. So you just couldn't deal any damage. It's super broken. Then for the non-engine, 16 right now in 40. Still, those are the best non-engines. This is needed for Fuvaros together with the 1 Imperm. So you have something at least both side like more impactful 1-offs, but in game 1 this is fine. And then the 3 Fuvaros. Stupid card.
Oh, the person speaking over the speakers in the previous stock list. That was just like the head judge announcing, I think.
And 3 Fenrir. This is pretty good going second against everything that's not yugioh, basically. Even against Snake Eye, this is pretty decent.
Yeah, I was hearing this, or that's what the 1 TEARLAMENTS guy said.
Only issue, and going first, it helps against Bestial, and it's something against Foros. So you don't have to give your opponent infinite draws because this deck plays really poorly under Foros. If you want to end on engine interruption, you always have to give like 2 to 3 draws minimum. So this helps a lot to just.
I wonder if this would ever be something to apply in Brandon.
Like do this plus droplet, and you can survive. And play on the next turn. Like this was really good. And really helps against Tenpai as well. Then for the side deck, for the Fuvaros post side, 3 Ashen Cowboy. Then the 3 Purrely for going second against anything basically, but mainly Snake Eye, Fire King, and the Yubel deck. I didn't like this before, where you only have 3, but now you have 6. Like it's actually not too unlikely to open 2 of them, so that makes it a lot more oppressive. Yeah, and you don't care as much as one if 1 gets negated.
We'll watch the Emery deck profile after this. His like top 4 Centurion deck profile from a regional.
Then I never cited this in. I'm probably going to cut this. It doesn't come up. Should have probably played some kind of back removal instead of this, because I didn't play any. The 1 Curry Photon against Tenpai, it makes the matchup a lot easier because you can just access this with early 10 Rage or add it with Tractors. So this is super accessible, and you You don't have to put up a real board that just gets like double Regeki'd. You can just play for
If
4.
you play Fenrir and Branded, you're high as hell. I mean, I don't think you're wrong, but also, like, remember that one guy who top 16 with Fenrir in 2023 NAWCQ and Branded?
Blow up and
Yeah,
like,
tell that to that guy, Raul.
kill them on the next turn and keep this.
He
in
totally
hand.
didn't just misplay a ton of times against Kamal, but to be fair, it was against Purrely. The Slayer is nice. Nico been cooking. What do you mean the oh yeah.
Okay. For thrust, like I never thrusted for any of them, but I think they are needed for Fuvaros. And Slayer, I think this is the best breaker right now because Dark Ruler is kinda bad against Fire King, and it's worse against Snake Eye, etc. And I think this is just always the best breaker. You can still kill afterwards, and against Jubel you just target the Phantom, send Entis, and Entis target Sequentia, so Desiree and Phantom are outlet. Against Snake Eye they play the Azamina stuff now, so you can just go.
I wonder if there'd ever be like a point in like running this in Brandon.
Azamina fusion.
You would just have to find like an Xyz, probably Aggregator, and then like put back in Bucephalus.
Pop Desiree or Caesar or IP, whatever they have on board. And against Viking is still great even without this, because you can just spin the Ember Whale, because a lot of their value comes from Ember Whale, and they cannot respond with monster effects.
Hey man, he still made top 16 though. That was a big ass event. That was almost 3,000 people.
Cannot get rid of the Ember Whale in response to that. And for the extra deck, 3 Yama, you need this for the grind, I think. Like, I wouldn't cut this to 2.
I should right now. What, put in Ultimate Slayer?
1 rage is enough. You just have to sequence differently if you're scared of Bastilles, but I think it's fine. And most people don't Bastille this. Most people Bastille your Yama when using Severama or something, and they never Bastille the rage. Anguish.
Just play Lulu in your normal extra deck stuff. No extra stuff needed. I was gonna say, since like there's no like Ryzeal isn't a deck yet, so I don't need Aggregator yet, right?
The max for the muskets, 1 SP.
But what about links, right? Like at that point, should I run like an SP, a hieratic, or do you think it's just like I don't need the link, I should be targeting a synchro or a fusion?
Second one would be nice, but I don't think it's really needed. I think one is completely fine.
Darth Vader Despot 001, bro, someone needs to DM me Raiden, needs to DM Raiden Train, tell them to upload Ryan's deck profile already. It'll be out. I wanted to go there and ask him for the deck profile, but obviously he's on the team, so GZ1K, add the live twin link for even more removal. Hell yeah, I'm playing it. Hell yeah. In the main or side though, Raul?
Those and the link 3. I'll show afterwards what to do with this. This is super good. I put this in against instead of Necroquip, because you with the Lacrima you don't need the Necroquip for your combo. This was insane, like completely insane. And the 2 explosives. You need this to. It gets easier to out Desiree with this, but it's still better to just have Typhon. I don't think I made it today. Maybe once. I made it once, I think, but
Going second Nadir.
it wasn't really that needed, I think. So for the new cards.
Wait. You might be cooking, Raul.
So the main idea is you...
Like, honestly, like, maybe just take out one of my board breakers for, Ultimate Slayer, and that, like, I feel like increases my consistency on some level.
If you go, like, you go Requiem, you go for your Lacrima, you link this...
Yeah, Slayer is going second Nadir, that doesn't lock. Like that's what has me kind of throwing that around my noggin. Like, that's actually a really good thing for like a pure branded. Obviously, you're just like, it's even more reason to play like Bless or like a branded synchro build at that point, right? Because you're already running the links.
Sequentia, you leave this in grave if possible. Summon Desiree. You link those 2 off for the link 3. Use the Desiree to send something. And then you can go effect, rewarn the Desiree, equip both of them, so you have a Desiree with 58 that cannot be targeted.
It's pretty good.
The more broken part, like you can do that and that's fine, but what I did a lot was I, when this, linked them off for link 3, then link this off for a bomb. Even first turn you can do this and link this off for rage or something. And on your opponent's turn you go Lacrima effect, reborn link 3, effect link 3, equip and summon back the Desiree. So what you can do against Tenpai if you end on Desiree and you're bored, and they Regeki, you can just let this go and bring this back at any time if you want to, and you still get the negates. You can sequence your stuff differently because you can keep Shabara in hand, use Shabara first, send this to grave and bring this back later on. And you actually have like an insane grind game because you always get back into your engine with all your pieces. Like this basically goes infinite, and that really helped.
I was gonna say like Unchained still has all their pieces. The fact they have like just unfettered like Fiendsmith right now essentially. Now with like the new support, like who cares about Lacrima? You're just not burning for time at this point.
The big gap that they had before because they couldn't really play more than 2 turns, and now it easily can. Alright. That's it for the list. Shoutouts to Daniel, Levin, Eichlo.
Alright, this was on Raid and Trade, so check out Raid and Trade, of course. Shout out to Raid and Trade. They always have great deck profiles. We'll check out the Zio deck profile too, don't worry. But we're gonna check out the Emery top 8 Centurion Bestial Post Rota.
Hello guys, we're back with the new deck profile. I just played a regional. I got 6 plays, I think. It was around 100 players, a bit less, I think. We played 7 rounds. I played against probably every deck in the format. I got purrely a lot, I got Furros a lot, but the deck plays through it very well. I can show you. You play still like, this is obvious. These 10 cards are your 1-card combos that end on Blazer, Auxilla.
Devin Delval, yo, Metagames, what's up? It was great meeting you at the YCS. I was the guy with the Yankee hat. I ended up making day 2. Yo, congratulations, bro. Not bad at all. Would love to see the list if you post in deck lists on the Discord or if you plan on doing a deck profile. But like, close, dude, close. It was a tough event, lots of great players, and just so much Tenpai roaming around. What were your losses to?
And then like these 2 in the spell trap zone, and you can make a second places theoretically. So these are your 1-card starters. You need to play 1 Apri and 1 Gargoyle. This is really good. You draw like...
Oh, we have the top 32 Exodia list too.
Do the combo, you draw twice, like once on your turn, once on the opponent's turn. And he's also pretty good. And as extenders, I still play the 2 Sank Engine. I really like this card. When you have Primera and they negate it, they can edge it, they can imperm it, you just go this guy, summon Auxilla, get another copy so you have a discard for stand up. So I think this card is really good. 3 Emblema, the obvious. Since the new level 8 synchro came out, you have to play this card now. So what this card does in the combo is it gets you a token. And with the token you can make the second level 12. And you can foolish this card to revive the level 8 to make it level 12. So you use this, make a token, in the graveyard you banish it, dump this, use the effect, and then you just go into the second level 12. You can play 2 of this. If you do the combo turn 1, you have no phalanx for the grind game. But I think 1 is fine. It always sucks to draw it.
So he's running 1 versus the 2 versus what Pack is running. So their builds are oh, he's running the Millennium stuff. And I'm sorry, I need to go back on that.
I still play the 2 Sank Engine. I really like this card.
This card's insane, man. Any deck that can run this, I'd run it in.
When you have Primera, True Rebellion, so no phalanx in the True Rebellion and Regained, should be obvious. And then for hand traps, I play a lot. Magnamut, 2 Druidworm, 1 Voldrag and 1 Zarnier.
A bigger Bestial Engine in this one.
Could theoretically cut the Voldrag and play a second Zarnier because this card is really good to draw with stand-up. You can pitch this, and then you can send to Bellion, and you go to a level 8 Dark Dragon in your combo with the Gargoyle, so you always have Regain set up. But since I play this guy, whenever I draw it, I have something to discard anyway. So I feel like...
Nice. Nico so insane. Like, he love EU players for the dedication too, for the decks that they love 100%. Like, Julius coming over here and topping with plants. Like, very much just like...
I would rather have another name in my deck.
Gotta go see him out. Peace out, EPA.
1 less name.
Thanks for coming through, my man. Thanks for coming through.
Have
a good one.
Infirm. I think all of those are fine. You could cut those because, like, it's in the. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not good. It depends on the format and it depends on what people do. If they can play around it, it's not that good. But for now, it's good. The format is like new, so at the moment it's good. I think. Extra deck, I played 2 Blazer, one of this, one of this.
Oh, so he's actually running the Nova.
Obvious. Chaos Angel is so good against Tempai. Whenever you banish their field spell, and they don't have like.
Yeah, it's like how do they out? If I mean they go Raigeki Darkhole, but still.
This it's most likely game because they can't out it, and this comes up a lot in general. You can out Island and some other stuff too. Chaos Angel is crazy. One Changing is also pretty good, and one Gen X guy. You can negate in the normal combo.
Oh, this
you can
guy's cool.
Get up to 2 cards, a light and a dark effect, and he destroys them. And if you drop like an Ash, or if you have this guy, you can negate an Earth or a Fire. So this card's really good. And one of this card is honestly, it's a custom card. It makes, like before you had this card, all your combos were 2-card combos, and now most of your combos are 1-card combos. And this card is just crazy. It comes back every time. It has like 4 effects. It's really crazy. One Little Light. I decided to play 1 IP. I used to play 2 of this. You can play 2 of those, but
we also have Landon's deck list from the Yu-Gi-Oh blog, so we could go over that the first place from the YCS list. I think we should have Ryan's then too. We should have Ryan's. So I'll check
missed
that
the
out.
IP when I cut it, so I'm still playing it. And the link ones for SP plays. You can play Striker Dragon also because of Up3, but it's a one-off. I don't think it is. And 1 Typhon that I never summoned, but I like that with the max. Fight 3 Fuwalas. What should I say, guys? It sucks that the card is so expensive, I'm gonna be honest. But I think if you want to compete at the highest level, you need the card somewhere in your deck.
Yeah, we have the striker list. We have the striker list.
That's good in Centurion to main it because if you draw, like, this deck draws a lot on opponents. They're like Regained, Legacia, and Artery. So you want to draw cards that are alive and not cards that are dead. So you only fight those in going second and you don't main them. Otherwise I would have mained them, but it doesn't make that much sense. Same for this. I dropped this once and my opponent didn't summon at all. And then I got OTK'd next turn. I dropped 2 actually, I dropped 2. 2 Ogre. I expected some mirror matches and Azamina never came up.
All I'm gonna say is I see Ryan Yu siding 3 threatening roar, and honestly guys, I'm about to start doing that in my deck. I'm so sick of Tenpai. You guys are gonna start seeing me fucking have testing threatening roar and branded.
Then for going first, I also sided
Raul, you cannot say it's cope in the chat. I already know you're typing it out right now. Like, I get it, man. Just kidding.
For the fields. And against
Big
like
Dingus, it's great to catch you live again. Well, it's great for you to be in the chat again, my man. How you doing? How you doing?
Fire King or some like niche matchups. And for going first, the best card. Deck Lockdown and Anti-Spell.
Okay, so like, do we just need to start being on fucking deck lockdown, or is this just a Centurion thing?
So, this card protects these.
Yeah, it's a Centurion thing.
Destroyed after the second standby phase because it's like its own effect. Or a condition, I'm not sure. But it gets destroyed, I'm pretty sure. So it doesn't protect those, but they can't out it. They can't Lightning Storm, they can't Duster you. If you have Primera in your Spell Trap Zone as well, they can't get rid of this card effect. So if you have like one of those,
yeah,
still
it's
get,
Centurion.
even if, on a mediocre combo, if you get like interrupted once or twice, if you end on this and have those, it's most likely game.
Guys, make sure to leave a like on the video if you haven't already. Make sure you're subscribed. Of course, help support the channel. TCG Player affiliate link down below. Become a member today on Twitch or on YouTube to get hold of my coaching group chat.
Whenever I drew those,
all my early deck lists.
On the game. The last card is Prosperity. Prosperity is there to dig those cards. And against Tempai, I started in as well to get this card for fields. It's a bit weird going first, since you want to draw cards in your combo. But if you have Prosperity, the chances are higher than, like, by expanding 6 to get one of those, or one of those 4, than drawing it, like, with 1 or 2 cards. If you draw these on your opponent's turn, they are dead.
Power Prosperity has always been so insane for just, like, ripping out the floodgate. Like, this is, like, what Kashtira was doing in 2023 Nats format, where they would just, like, rip off, like, the deck, or the deck Devi or something like that.
So, you still Prosperity always when you can. Or when you need to, like if you have one of those already or both, I don't know, in the combo, you can wave the Prosperity to use it as an extender. So yeah, that's the idea behind Prosperity. I like it a lot. I like it a lot as one. I wouldn't main it. Yeah, guys, thank you for watching. I would appreciate if you keep supporting me as always, and I'll see you next time. Bye bye.
I guess we could watch the this one.
I really like this card right now.
Show us his beloved deck, and yeah, show us the deck.
Hi, I play TEARLAMENTS as always, and I just want to show my deck list. Yeah, so we start with all the tier names at 1, because they are at 1. And we play 3 Rhino Hearts. We play 3 tier Kash. That's for the tier cards, it's enough, and you can't mix any more. 3 Fenrir, because I really like this card right now. It's a good card into a board, and it's a good card with Zombie Vampire, and it's a good card with, for example, Left Arm Offering, because this deck plays 60. And
oh yeah, that makes sense. So you just have the extra card for left arm.
Yeah, because behind this is to replace your hand into like the graveyard with Trivikama and Rainbow Bridge and the Fenrir on board. So after you Left Arm Offering, you can fill up your hand again. Yeah. Then we play, of course, you need this in tier right now.
I don't want to hear that though. Like I want to play tier without the Fiendsmith stuff.
Because it's like without enormous summon, it's like Agido, or yeah, because you end in Pilgrim Reaper, yeah, easily, and even after you can still make Desiree. These are nuts. You need those. This because of Rainbow Bridge, and this card is pretty busted. Because we play so much light right now, also go second. You can trigger it with your Pellerino and your Totally Awesome. If something is getting destroyed on the field, you can banish 1 light and 1 dark from the graveyard and summon it, and then you can banish like 3 cards. It's pretty busted. Huge shout out to Carl. And then we play Horus. We need to, but this time we play 1 more. 5 Horus cards. And then 3 Sarks. You play some bricks and some cards you want to get in the graveyard fast.
Yeah, I think 3 King Sark is typically like correct in like these TEARLAMENTS / Lightsworn builds.
So it's a good card. Also, you have like different engines who mill, and you don't even have to activate the onboard effect to access the Horus cards. So if you like, for example, Pilgrim Reaper and you hit some Horus cards, you can summon them without discarding. And then we play for the field spells, we play 1 Wall, we play 3 Pellerino, because it's nuts. And then we play 1 kashtira field spell, and then 1 Terraforming, because you can access all of them with Rainbow Bridge. You could argue to play more of those, but I don't like the field effect that much. I think it's better if you searched it with
I don't like the field effect either.
Because you go +1 and this goes -1, so you go plus minus, yeah, you go 0. And 3 Scream, I think it's mandatory in 60. 1 Grief, I want to cut this. This should be cut destruction, I think. It's, I don't know. Sometimes it helps.
I don't like Grief personally. I've never liked Grief.
It's not so important. 1 Trucked, it's needed, and then
also Wabaku, that could work for 10 pi. I think Threatening Roar is a little bit better though.
Grass, and then we play 3 Left Arm Offering. I think it's okay with the theory that you park your cards in hand in the graveyard or on the field, like for example Fenrir, because you activate like Left Arm, and then after you left arm you search with Fenrir, so you fill up your hand. And then you can hit like your traps, your spells, and
why not D-Barrier?
This card is like the best start in the deck. It's everything. Also, it's like a kind of a breaker when you send Blackout, because I play Blackout. We play 3 Talents because it's a hand trap meta. We play 3 Thrust, go first and go second, very strong. Yep, you shouldn't cut that. We play 2 Salik more Meta Noise. Meta Noise, it's an okay-ish mill, but I wanted something for Thrust when I go first. And then we play the the really broken cards in the graveyard, 2 and 2. I think it's enough. Maybe you could cut one of those, but I like it because it's like 60 cards. And then we play 1 blackout. Yeah, that's like a 60. The only thing I would change is the, I think the grief for card destruction, because I don't play card destruction at all.
So I'm Olivier
And then
Bilado.
we play 15 in the extra deck, of course. We play 1 Requiem, 1 Sequence, 1 Moon, 1 Sprint, 1 Leyline. This is enough. This is needed. For your Fiendsmith engine, also you end with this after your Desi Ray, and then you can directly go into Sprint because it's linked 2. That's pretty good. And always, if you start with Pilgrim Reaper to summon the Fiendsmith back, always put this back, because this is your way to get after your Pilgrim Reaper into this again in Desi Ray. Yep.
Oh, that's cool.
That's for the links. XYZs, we play those. All mandatory. I think Omni Negates are very important right now. So this is mandatory. This is mandatory. So your Fiendsmith is engine. And this, of course, of Horus. And you could argue about this card, but it's like a way to trigger the Shiren. So it's kind of an engine card. So I liked it. And then we play for fusions, 1 Mud Dragon, 1 Necropip. This is needed. Also, it's like your way to get early into like a dark and a fusion, because we play this. So this is your way to get to access those 2 cards.
That's cool.
So also it's like the fast Pilgrim Reaper. 1 Deadly Ray, 1 Kaleido. Yeah.
What's up, Corrupting Gaming? How's it going? How's it going, my man?
Like you see, there's like
Since they don't get the damage calc effects, exactly, GZ.
no like flex spot besides of Redoer. You can play it. You can also play something else. This is for timer, yeah. Like the bad rules. This is very, very good. This is very good against Jubel. It's actually against everything is pretty good.
Yeah, you don't need your normal summon in tier limit, so like, yeah.
You don't
really good.
like need your normal summon all the time in this deck, so I liked it. I think it's the best breaker right now. And then we play Dark Ruler, Droplet, 1 Duster. You can access with Thrust and discard. Yeah, for some hand traps. Maybe you get lucky and draw it in 60. Sometimes it happens. And then we play Evenly. It's a good breaker, I think right now also. And then Crime, searchable, and also, yeah, you don't want to lose against the breaker. Yeah.
Evenly is too good.
Okay.
Not
any last words?
now. So let's watch this top 32 Exodia profile, and then I'm gonna decide what we're gonna do from there. I think we either play DB or I get off. So, yeah.
I'm from Longueuil, and I finished top 32 at YCS Niagara, playing Exodia Millennium.
All right, let's get into that.
So first off, let's start with the end trap lineup. So first off, Shifter. We were playing into a blind format right now, and all the previous meta deck were dying to Shifter, and they received all support that plays in the grave. So like, no way I'm letting them play, so I just main deck Shifter and never sided, so it was perfect. After that, Ash Blossom.
It's like, yeah, Shifter. It's a Shifter deck.
Pretty good standard card. It did the job against the Rogue matchup and Triple Imperm. Going second, and you'll for the best part of the deck, I should say. The Shiny Boy, the Exodia piece. I didn't have the chance to resolve the effect. I wanted to, I tried to, but I never had the chance. But yeah, you need to run the brick, sadly. After that, we go for the main deck monster. 3 Art of the Blue Eyes. So this is a new card from Rota. Basically what it does, you can discard it from your hand, search the Millennium Ankh, and in the grave, if your opponent special
What's
summon
up,
a monster
Donuts Gaming?
level 8
Which
or higher,
member in
or
the chat
2000
customs LMAO? I hate Shifter. I agree. It's like Konami of America thinks it's like a stopgap for like graveyard decks, but I just think at the end of the day it's a way to make non-games, which is like what Yu-Gi-Oh is at the end of the day. Like I watch OCG and it's just them like shooting hand traps at each other the whole time. Like cards are barely resolving, it feels like.
Attack or higher, you can just send the monster to grave, summon this card. A kaiju from grave, I wouldn't complain. Then you have the Sengenjin. He's the monster searcher of the deck. The original wave all have the same effect to place themselves in the back row, and then you can special summon them from the back row by either revealing the Millennium Ankh from your hand or by paying 2,000 life point. And on that same effect special summon, they do a search. So it's pretty hard to interact with them. The best way to stop them is Ash or Ogre. So all the other entrap don't do anything for you. And the good thing is, if you already have everything in your hand or on your board, and you do his effect, you can just search him. He's not locked. It's any Millennium monster. After that, you play the shield. This one is the search for the Millennium Ankh. So from the first wave, and so you have 2 direct search for it. 2 Golem. This one is the lesser good of the game. He only searched the field spell, so it's not a full 1-card combo. It's 1.5 because you need another monster in your hand. But it's still a good one. And the special effect for him that can come up is you cannot negate the activation of the Millennium Ankh when he's on the board. So this can protect the Ankh pretty good. And this one gonna search the field spell. Then we go for the Heart and Soul of the deck, 3 Millennium Ankh. Basically, what this card does, if the activation is good, you show the 5-piece of Exodia from either your field, hand, and deck. After that, you summon the Exodia Incarnate, and you shuffle everything that's not Exodia level 10 or Millennium card into the deck. And at the end of resolution, this goes back to the deck. So you're never running out of this card. It always goes back to the deck. So that's really good. Only part, you're allowed to summon. You cannot summon after you resolve this effect. But if you impulse this card, the luck is not there, and it's not once per turn. So you can just do another one. It happens to me, and people were like, "What? It's not once per turn?" Nope.
How many of your rounds had to read your cards? Did all your rounds have to read all your cards?
Most of them. And sometimes they read it the first game, they activate another one later, they read it again, and do it again. They read it and they don't understand it. Then 2 Wedju Temple. This is the card you search with the Golem. This one is really nice. Can you let me please talk, please? So basically what it does, you can place 1 monster from your hand. It can be any monster, and place 1 Millennium monster from your deck in your spell and trap zone. So really good to make advantage. And the second effect is not the best one, but it's still good. When a Millennium card will be destroyed, either instead of sending it to grave, you can place it back in the spell and trap zone. So on the
This is the top 32 Niagara Exodia deck list.
The next turn you can just summon them back. So really good card.
What's up more in the chat?
You'll see there's a reason why I play 2 of them.
Why is Threatening Roar better than D-Barrier? Because they can still, like... I mean, it's either that or Threatening Roar.
Terraforming?
Threatening Roar is more general, though. Like, you can use that against other decks, in theory.
For more search, more access. Set rotation for the Spice. And the Spice is Secret Village. They all play really strong power spell. I say no. Exodia is a spellcaster. I just put that on the field and they scoop most of the time.
I swear I play against this guy in YCS Omega or something because I played against like this exact build.
Template does nothing.
Really good.
They cannot access their field. They cannot do the quick play. Just need to handle their monster. It's pretty easy with the deck. Then you have the triple tactic. I played 3 of them. So you're gonna see with the side. There's a reason why I opted for less entrap. I decided to try more the board breaker approach because it was easier to break the board than try to stop it. And most of the time you needed to draw several entrap to like really stop it, and they still end up on something powerful. Well, at this one, like, do your thing, and I'll just break everything up. Prosperity, just more consistency, great card. Obliterate Blaze. Okay. Other spice of the deck.
What the hell is this?
Exodia can search this card at the end phase, and what this card does is a quick play. At the resolution, you can choose one of your Exodia. It gains 2 effects. One of the effects is inflict piercing battle damage. It's okay. The second one, I pay half my life point. Destroy as many possible spell and trap on the field. It can be in mine and opponent. And equip all 5 pieces of Exodia from my hand or deck to it. And it gives 2,000 attack per piece.
Oh, so it gets massive.
Yeah, it goes to 10,000. Of course, you pay after life point. And after that, you can go battle phase. Effect of Exodia, gain an additional 4,000 piercing damage. Pretty good. Then, the other Exodia spell trap I play, Exiled Fire of Rage. This one is pretty simple. When you control the Exodia level 10, you can activate it and board wipe your opponent. everything, no discrimination, just kill everything. And second effect, that's the reason why I played 2 of those, is when your pieces are in your graveyard or banished, you can banish this card from your grave and reshuffle everything in the deck. Or you can banish it, add 1 from your grave to your hand or 1 from the deck to your hand. So if you're close from assembling Exodia, you can actually try to squeeze the game with it. I never did it, but the shuffle can come up sometime, especially against Runic that like to send everything to banish. And to finish, last card, Azarun, just more interaction for the deck. So that's all for the main deck. 42 cards.
Anything you change in the main?
No, honestly, the main was perfect this weekend. The changes are more on the side deck I'm going to show you later, but the main deck, I'll stick with those 42 cards. They served me well during the ride. Alright, so now the extra deck. 3 Exodia. Some people play only 2. I decided to go for 3 because honestly, the whole...
Did 3 come up though?
Extra deck doesn't come up that often, and the Ang just shuffle everything in the deck, including the extra deck monsters. You cannot have like several other monsters that are not Millennium or this guy. So at this point, I just play 3 of them, and Unicorn is still in the game. So again, when you activate a monster thing and they just snipe one of your extra deck, you're going, I need to have at least 3 to add the second one that can come up. And additional thing, all the effect on this card are self once per turn. So if on the second turn you still have 1, you can just summon another one and have 2 attack boost on each. 2 spell trap negate, 2 search at the end phase, and that's just more than enough to kill your opponents. After that, play one Osa. Everything for the Millennium stuff is Earth Monster, so pretty easy to make. And it's a spellcaster, so if you get locked by your own Secret Village, you just take 2 Millennium, do that, and you're free to go after that. And it can come up to steal something in the grave and just do some link play to go up and go for a removal or thing like that. Thing to keep in mind, Secret Village say you cannot activate spell, but the effect of the monster to blaze themselves are monster effect, and once they're on the field, it's spell effect, so it works all under the Secret Village. Good card of the weekend, Moon of the Close event.
What?
You probably saw I don't have any Fiendsmith in my deck. That card has an effect that nobody reads. Basically, you can
what?
It, target one of the monsters it points to, and you can use that monster, including this one, to make a link 5 or higher. So you can basically use her, 2 monsters on your opponent's board, 1 on yours, and do the Underworld Goddess. 3 removal and 3 interaction bait. One of the situation, it came up, I played it against Brendan, use effect, target the Mirror Jade, shotgun the Mirror Jade, and I just like, okay, keep playing after that. Rabbit, Social Trap, more interaction. Sorcerer of Sebek. Little spice of the deck. Basically, what this effect does is...
I mean, to be
when you
fair, though, he should have... Like, whoever had a Mirror Jade with the moon on board, he should have banished the moon.
Damage. If this card points to the monster at battle, you can gain life point equal to the battle damage you did. So with Exodia, he's gaining the attack based on your life point. So you want to keep your life point the most higher you can. So this is just a nice deck card when you're running low and it's more grindy game to just gain everything back. And Exodia doesn't lose his attack.
Yeah, that's why I'd have to assume
it just keeps stacking over and over. So it can go crazy big. IP, just to have Link to put things in the graveyard and do stuff. Honestly, if I would cut card, this will be one of them. It does nothing instead. SP, fun part about this card, you can make it, remove something on the field, keep it on the field, use Ink, shuffle it back in the extra deck, and next turn summon it back. Good way to recycle the SP, so you only need 1, and it came up a few times. So, several other removals, so Cerberus, Phoenix, and Unicorn. Basic removal, basic interaction bait, nothing more to say. Queen access code, I don't use them to go for the kill, because you're gonna kill with the Exodia most of the time. I basically use them when I need even more removal to put the most link I can in the grave and use this effect to just like pop everything on board. And the last one, of course, the big lady. You need it to remove the board, break the board. It's pretty good, and you just shuffle it back after with the Ink when she's on board, so direct removal is pretty good. So nothing else to change. Side deck? Side deck. Let's go basic. So for the Tempai matchup, D-Barrier. The deck still has a good matchup against Tempai, but more answers to it is never bad, so you take them, and sometime in other matchup it can come up. So I was talking about board breaker. So 3 Vinley, 3 Raigeki, 3 Dark Ruler, and the Duster. So it's easier to destroy everything and then go in. You can see Evenly and Dark Ruler and say, yeah, you won't kill. I don't mind. If I like reduce the board to a really simple state, the Exot Trap gonna deal on the crackback after that. So I don't mind keeping my opponent alive. And last, Spicy Tech, Spooky Dogwood. It's a good time card, but you won't get to time. Most of the time you use it for going second, because since your exodia gain life point based, gain attack based on your life point, you activate this, your opponent look at the clock, see like 30 minutes, like, yeah, I'll still go full combo, I can do it. They go full combo, on your turn you're Ink, Summon Exodia, Battle Phase, swing, damage crack, swing for 31, you're dead. GG. So yeah, it's nice spice. People were asking, why not in main? In main it doesn't do that much, but going second and in third game, like, this card surprised everyone because they're not expecting it and they try to play through it. I'm like, that's my way of playing Maxi. That's my own Maxi custom for my deck. So that's it for the side. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Any shoutouts?
Shout out to all my.
All right. Is it time for a game of Dueling Book? We'll play one. See how it goes. Okay, I'm going first, so we're playing against Tenpai. And now we're getting Mulcharmied. Okay. Sure. Alright, so Mulcharmy is funny here because we just have a looper. He's gonna draw and then decide if he wants to imperm me. He could have Shifter here, so I feel like going for High Spirits is really bad here. I don't know. It's like fine though, because if he has, it's just good to go Branded Fusion here because I can thrust for duplication if he goes Shifter here. Sure. So he's going to double Charmy us. We can just go for Sanctifier here. Do the old Fubulos line. Now we go for Thrust. Let's see if he ashes. Or no, he doesn't. He didn't draw Ash. Good. Because now I can just go Fusion Duplication. We also have Super Poly set, so we're looking pretty good overall. Ask him anything in draw phase. For some reason, we are in standby. We'll go Fusion Duplication, targeting Branded Fusion. Could possibly be on Striker. So if we get Shark Cannon here, that's going to be unfortunate. Yeah, now he's big thinking. Let's see what he sends. If he sends a spell. God damn it. Sure. I do have Super Poly, though. That probably does skip his turn, to be fair. He's able to just, like, droplet for 3 because of Mulcharmy. I don't know. Super Poly cooks here though, because I just Super Poly whatever the hell he sets up. He doesn't have enough advantage to like play through a Super Poly though. Especially if he's going Kaimen here. Especially if he's going Kaimen here. I'm about to just turn skip him and then kill him. Oh, if he had a name engraved, that would be so fucking bad. Well, here we just win. I mean, this is just game on board now. And there we go. 10 by. Could be on impulse. I don't know if he's gonna give me going first or going second. That's the issue. Also, purrely is just like better against Tenpai, so we could do that. I think we need spot removal for Kokimiger Drago. I don't think I side in cross out in the scenario. I think Nadir could go. Maybe one Nadir at least. I don't really like any of these cards against Tenpai. Honestly, my siding is pretty bad for Tenpai. We gotta get some Tenpai sides in. Yay, dual time. I mean, I kind of answered your question, Astera. How is the threatening roar better than D-Berry? I mean, it's not objectively better, but there's reasons to run it. Alright, so he's not gonna... So we're doing kind of good. We can just go fusion deployment here. Should have went lost. I don't know. If you go shifter here, I'm kind of fucked. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, I'm getting impulse. That's fine. I'm surprised he would impulse that, frankly. But also, that's like not a bad impulse with my hand. Just gonna send Albaz to graveyard, so I could obviously just go branded fusion or branded red if I draw something decent. Which I do not. Oh, I could go red into... Huh. Go branded in red. Add to hand. That's such a weird branded in red. Oh god, no. I mean, we have Ash, I guess. It's not bad. That's pretty good against Tenpai. Oh. I discarded. Alright, so we're gonna send Garura. We're gonna just do the whole full combo here. Oh, did I side at Maximus? I did, because I'm a dummy. Damn. I'm not even gonna ask for a take back on that, honestly, if I'm being... Yeah, we'll just deal with it. Just go Quam effect. Yeah, no, I misplayed totally on that, so if I lose, I lose. It would be funny if he makes Purrely alive. This is the reason I was excited for Close Sky. Same. We are not the same as the others. He's okay. We'll just go Ash. See if he has anything. If he does, like, it's whatever. We just scoop it up. Yep. Yep, if I just had Nadir'd properly, or had not sided out Maximus. Don't know why I did that, but it's fine. Well, my going first sides for Tunpai are pretty good. Molchummy can't be used when I have cards on field. Okay, if I get, I understand the sentiment, folks, but you can't use Molchummy if you have cards on field. It's not as broken as Maxi, folks. Am I actually getting Imperm past here? No, I got Nadir. Okay. I mean, I still have kind of full combo with Nadir. It's a little scuffed. I have to have a good Garura draw. Thrust is decent if I trigger something here. Thrust is really good if I can trigger something on his field. Obviously. If he has double imperm, though, that'd be unfortunate. Let's see what he has. I mean, I do have D barrier for Thrust, though. If something. Send in Titan and Albion. Alright, so nothing triggers. Yeah, if Thrust was live there, that would have been a lot better. So I'm not sure if I even have lock here, if I'm being honest. No, I don't. So, like, okay. I can go Quem, Sending, Cart, and then Cart Effect, branded in red. Yeah, I think I do that, I guess. Because either way, my plan relies on... No. I still have to just send elbows. It's like my only way. This just sucks. I would have had a better chance if I hadn't misclicked game 1 or game 2. Here comes board breaker number 1. I taught Ryan everything. Apparently. Swift Scarecrow is coming back. That's crazy. Gabe Headley got 3rd place at a 34-man case tournament. What the fuck? Okay, that's interesting. Until the your start of your next draw phase. Okay. You're just giving me opportunities to kill you. Like, now I just attack over your monster, huh? Okay. I could have went branded in red, maybe. Yeah, I should have chained branded in red to that. Yeah, I should have. Yeah, I definitely should have. That's okay. Wasn't really paying attention. Retribution's pretty good. Also, I can just go Maximus again. Fuck it. And then I can go Quem Effect, yeah. And now I have Rinbrum in graveyard. Do I just want to go Albaz Effect? No. Does he have... Okay. Nice, he just takes the 3,000. And now I can get a branded opening, which completes the gimmick lock, I guess. Congratulations, Gabe. Okay, so we can just start doing things now. Thanks for subscribing, Look Chunga, no good. I'm getting debarriered. That's crazy. I mean, I still have enough for him, that's fine. Yeah, we can just discard Thrust, I guess. I'm just debating if I want to go Quem into Albaz. Probably Quem still. Then again... Did I ever even go Branded Fusion this game? No. Fuck it. I mean, I think I have enough for him, especially with Branded Retribution, but we'll see. And then, like, Called By. Thanks, brother. I appreciate it. Gotta watch your recap after I'm done hanging. Hell yeah, dude. It was definitely a very eventful YCS. I had lots of fun. Oh, shit. Hold up. I have this Called By here. Appreciate the support, Gabe, as always. Do you have any more events coming up? And also, what was your prizing getting 2nd place? I don't know why I wouldn't be chaining it to Fadra effect. He declared Fadra. And now Retribution just cleans up if he has like a Sangan or something. Or a Chandra. Alright, we cooked Tenpai. Let's go. If you guys want to see the deck list, I'll leak it right here. The side deck is actually kind of scuffed. I'm not gonna lie. This is just like the after effects of getting scarred at the YCS by Impulse. Maybe I could run more Ashes. Like, that could just be my, Tenpai out. I don't know. Oh, Threatening Roar. Yeah, Threatening Roar. Let's try out the Threatening Roars. We did say that we would try that. I feel like Impulse is just like way too good. For me, like, not to over prepare for it. I just want to run more chummies, that's the thing. We are not running the Lad in this list because Lad just didn't come up at the YCS for me. It's just, it is what it is. Got a box and a half of packs of Rhoda and a Rhoda map, and I pulled a Fool Us and an Impulse. I can't complain for $25. That's a really good game. Congrats. Chandra gonna hurt? Cool, you played against Jesse. Yes, I did. Round 3, I was undefeated. They put me against Jesse, and it was definitely a good game. Definitely a really good game. It's more scuffed than my old lab side. Thanks. Thrust into D barrier could have been a thing there if I had if you activated a monster effect, right? What's up, the Crimson Yu-Gi-Oh card? Crimson card Yu-Gi-Oh. My deck is actually pretty good for going second, all things considered, especially with Fool Loss in the main. Yeah, see, Super Poly Book, like, I'm cooking literally any board that gets made here, and then I can just go opening Nadir. Like, this is exactly how I planned this deck to be. Oh, he just left the duel. Okay, so yeah, no, I was just gonna go quick Super Poly on the board breakers, then do a little book of clips, you know. Easy game. There were only 4 Tenpai players, and I get 3 of them. This is Card Limits. What's up, Card Limits? Got back from locals. 4 rounds, 1 bye, and 3 losses to Tenpai. Holy cow. I'm sorry, Card Limits. That must have been one hellish locals. Alright, we got die roll here. Do I ever like Fool Loss here? No, that's a discard. And do I go Shrouded Effect? I do. Wait, no, I go Allure here. Oh god. No, I go Shroud. Oh god, this could get messy really quickly. Depending on my draws. Those were fine enough draws. Oh. Okay, so we can go Albion Effect, We can send Albaz. No, we can send Retribution. Put this to the bottom. Then draw. I mean, if he has Fool Loss here, he has Fool Loss here. I'm kind of getting greedy here. Alright, never mind. He's just conceding the game. Alright, so we're gonna take our going first cards, obviously. That'd be funny if I just, like, impulse. Just, like, not use light effects. What's the Shiren line says more? I mean, it's just off of something for grass. Sand is fine. I mean, you could always, it's just like a good, it's a good like one of to have in your deck to like recur pieces. And then also it's just really there for grass. It's really there for grass. Like, I would not be playing it without grass, I don't think. Like, I hopefully go grass, I mill Shiren, and then I either make a Grand Wignall or a Lubellion off of an Albaz into a Mirror Jade. Or, like, worst case, Stapelia. Which is, like, why you also have to run Stapelia. It's, like, really good with Shiren off of grass. Not, like, really good, but it's, like, good enough. Go against, Go against something. Azamna. How was the attendance at the YCS? Well, it was the biggest YCS in Canadian history. However, it was still a below 900 person YCS, so it felt like a big regional. I know they were memeing Cancun. I mean, like, to be fair, it's like, it's the biggest Canadian YCS ever, but it's like the biggest Canadian YCS by like 20 people. So I guess it was good enough. And we know Lil is like going crazy with the attendance, so like, you know, Yu-Gi-Oh's dead stories is definitely not great. They aren't really like bearing true. I mean, Cancun, like, it was like hurricane season. Wish there was a stream for Niagara. Kind of whack that there wasn't. Yeah, no, exactly. It's because they don't really have the money to afford a Canadian video crew, I guess. It's kind of crazy. The Magic Geek just thought of a custom card. Despian Stagehand. Dark level 4 fairy effect. If a Fallen of Albaz is sent to the graveyard except during the damage step, you can special summon this card. I like that as just like a like as like a good graveyard effect to use. If it counts as a Fallen of Albaz too, imagine that. Like, that'd be so cool if it counted as a Fallen of Albaz too. I think that card would be really broken in like a tier grass branded. What is he ending on, guys? He just what? Why didn't he start? Okay, I don't even know. He can't be on Snake Eye if he just ended on. He would have went Snake Eye combo. He would have went Fire King combo. He would have just went original. So it's like a non-original deck. No pun intended. I hope he negates this. I could also go Bestial and force the Omni. Getting drolled now. Fine. That droll kind of cooks, I'm not gonna lie. Sinful Spoils, Marie. Here with, face down, oh my god. So I'm playing against, Illusions. Well, I can just tribute it now. It just gives me more interaction. And so I'm gonna go... He has to negate this, basically. Or else I just kill him now. Or just, like, stop a board because I can go Lost. Then, like, normal summon Albaz and just summon Mirror Jade. And I should go Albaz here because obviously I have Cartesia in hand, so I can special summon her on follow-up. I mean, that kind of sucks, but it's like, whatever. We can get branded fusion here very easily now. While playing under droll. Go Albion effects on branded fusion. Go branded fusion. Does he have Ash? Nope. What do we want to do here? Because we could... Okay, so yeah, we just won that. Nice. GG. Nice one. Thank you, Astera. Yeah, no, this list is just fine. Like, I don't know. I know this is low rated DB, but... Can I stop losing die roll, please? It's a pretty good hand. My build's so good for going second, I'm not gonna lie. Oh my god, I cooked the stack. Actually, I'm not sure if I do. I don't think Fool Loss is that good into this deck, right? I could be wrong. Breaking records barely. Konami has money, bro. Stop the cap. He isn't even normal summon, so he might not even give me a draw, to be honest. Of course, I'm going against, like, the one deck that doesn't play into Foolus, I guess. I think that cooks me. Where's my imperm? Oh, I do have it there. I mean, I guess Super Poly is also very good for setting. I don't know. Oh, I should have been fucking. I should have had a Fuelos for cross out. Why did I not do that? I can still probably fucking gimmick lock. Why would you ash that? Think. Also, Quem here is amazing. As long as I... Oh yeah, he doesn't have an Ash. Then I summon out Cartesia. And I summon out the Sanctifier. I only give him one draw. And I have a Mercurier, dude. Plus a Book of Eclipse. And I don't even have to give him another draw. It's beautiful, folks. It's beautiful. If he goes first action... Ritual summon, though, we might be cooked. Really depends, because we have Mercurier, right? So we aren't actually cooked. Called by to 3 is needed. I actually hate called by. I hope that card gets banned. Okay, well, here we go. So it's just gonna be purrely that we're side again, plus the super polys, and then the board breakers. Got it. Do you prefer DB over Omega? I think they have their different use cases. I think DB gives you better testing. I think Omega is better if you just want to get a whole lot of testing in at once. So I think like Omega at the beginning of a format's actually a lot better. Also, wow, look at this fucking hand. Wow. I don't really care what board he makes. It's just his hand traps. And I have a few different cards, so as long as my 4th draw is, like, solid, I'm probably playing through whatever. I guess 2 would be slightly more, less frustrating because having the 1 of always be seen. Pendulum Dragon's fine. This man's a dedicated Prophecy Wiz watcher. Tenpai on MD is official scoop meta. Yeah, I won't be playing Master Duel for a few months, guys. If you wonder where the Master Duel streams went, like a month or two from now, Tenpai. Alright, Albaz is acceptable. You can just ritual summon again, and I can book of clips that. And then I can go Albaz effect. Yeah, I can go Albaz effect, fuse off, low, turn off the prayers. No, turn off the Omni Negate on Skull. Yeah. Wait. Yeah. So, I'm just thinking here because I could do multiple different things. I just like want to go Aluber too. I go Shiren first because I think, yeah, I think I go Shiren first. And then I can go Foolish for... Yeah. Okay, that's a really good hit, actually. And now I get to get Branded Fusion and get the Albaz, which... So I'm greedy now. This is actually really good. There we go. Cooked. Yeah, because I would have just went Foolish Burial, send the Shrouded effect, send Branded Fusion, add Branded Fusion to hand, Banish Retribution, Albaz effect. Fuse off low so that Skull Guardian doesn't have its negate, and then I can just kill him from there. Thoughts on plants in the fold to Branded? Do you mean like Predaplants? Predaplants is probably like the one engine with Branded I haven't tested too much. Like confession from the Branded dude here. Guys, I think I'm gonna mess around with pure Mimigol. It seems fun. Yeah, the new Mimigol cards are really good. I need a third Purrely. Purrely is just so broken, man. What the fuck? How did I not pick up a playset this weekend? Take out one T-Roar, fuck it. Because I think the cross-out's double as Tenpai. I do like the cross-out. Or the cross-out package, I cannot lie. It's a 3-0 on DB so far. Not bad, not bad. We should fuck our elo now, so we can successfully go against someone really high rated. That's like dealable. And we get die roll for once. Let's go. Alright. We're playing the game today. See, like, this build never bricks. Like, I love this build. Oh, that's really good. Oh, yeah, so it still pops. Got it. Yeah, I couldn't resolve with that. So let's just hope we're not in the mirror match here. Probably not by the ogre though. Wait, what did I just add? Why did I add a looper? Alright, so, oh god. Well, there's the Desiree. Well, we have Gimmick Lock here, at least. Like, we have full-ass Gimmick Lock here. I'm pretty sure. Oh, we need, like, one more dark, but, like, we still can get there. Oh, crap. Wrong target. Getting ahead of myself. Now we can get the red. And go into unphase. I do think... Yeah. This does make it awkward. Oh wait, I can't do anything. What? Yeah, no. Alright, so I basically have to go... Make him go... Trigger my Quem. So I can summon out the Cartesia. Essentially. And he probably will, being on Snake Eye, right? So... Unless he's going Yubel. He could go Yubel here. If he's on Yubel, it's like fine. It's a pretty good one though, because he can go Balphase, but then I can just go Book of Eclipse. I just needed another dark, and Charmy not being a dark there. Well, now I can go into Sanctifier, but, like, doesn't really help my case. So here I could go... Oh, I could have done that otherwise. Well, no. Yeah, I fucked up. I had a Gimmick Lock line. I kind of fucked that up. I think we are going to go probably red popped. Yeah, I don't know. I guess. I don't know. I have, like, opening. But then this... Yeah, I just, like, feel like this is correct here. So now I can banish Puppet and Albaz and then go Mirror Jade, probably, I think. I think is just the play. Yeah, no, I just would have gotten so much more advantage if I had done this earlier. That's where I'm like, I'm just fucking up here. Also, if I had another Albaz in rotation, I'd be like completely fine. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, I forgot. Fuck. The Omni. This actually doesn't even matter. Fuck. Think. Poster. Wanted poster. Yugioh. You can target one sinful. Yeah, you're good. I don't even care now. Sure. Yeah, I fucked up. I should have used Mirror Jade there because that's like my only opportunity to go Mirror Jade. And then also because I had Book of Eclipse. It's just like, I don't know how my hand ended up being that awkward, honestly. Through the Ghost Ogre. Yeah, no, I just like fucked up the line. Hmm? Doesn't really matter. He's just asking me because he can just extend off of this. I just feel like I fucked up this whole line. It's a little annoying. Yeah, now he can spin back, yep, and then go into that, which helps him extend. And then he already has this. You can add one. Snake Eye Diabell Star. I hate this deck so much. So why are we in BP? I think I'm still good, though, with Book of Eclipse. How was the YCS? It was good. Yeah. So annoying, dude. So much card advantage. What? No, he has fucking engraver, dude. I just should have had this game, by all means. A fool loss really actually fucked up my hand. You're fucking whatever, dude. I feel like I had to book there because then he goes Desiree. Yeah, I mean, he probably just fucking has this stupid game. Or this game one. Actually, I lose this game anyways. It's such a dumb fucking scenario. It's like, I know you have full combo. I saw you add every single card to hand that you had. Oh my god. Oh yeah, that's just a game I should have lost there. Is what it is. It's clean side patterns. Is it illegal to use nib after keep going? I have no clue what that means. What do you mean by that? I feel like Twitch is bigger for streaming. Probably should push that more and just use YouTube for VODs. I found them via YouTube, but prefer watching on Twitch as donuts. Yeah, I do need to start doing that. I'm gonna probably start only streaming on Twitch one of these days. So make sure you're following me on Twitch so you're ready for it. Let's not get rolled here. That was, honestly, I forgive everything that happened in that game before that for that one interaction. DB can just be mind-numbing sometimes, I cannot lie. Sounds pretty good. So having Fuhr Lawson going first is kind of wild. I don't know, I just feel like Super probably cooks this board no matter what. And then I have grass to extend. I'm doing just fine with this. I'm almost certain I win with this hand no matter what board he puts up. Yeah, no, the YCS was good. I just didn't do that well. I made it to like round 7 x3 with Branded, and I like lost 2 of my games to my own misplays, including my feature match versus Jesse Kotton, which obviously, as the written feature match stated, it could have been one of my opportunities to make a name for myself, and unfortunately I did not. So Also, make sure you follow me on Twitter. If not, !Twitter in the chats if you want to follow me on Twitter. Obviously, my stream bot just tweeted out my account. I'm trying to hit 1,000 followers on Twitter. Never had 1,000 followers on any of my Twitters, so that'd be pretty cool. Always post tweets and all that fun stuff. My tweets recently have been getting a lot of likes compared to normally, so I've been happy about that. I can actually tweet and people read my stuff and like them. It's cool for the first time. So we're definitely going against pure Snake Eye here. Yeah, MetaGamesGX beats YCS champion Jesse Khan it was round 3 feature match. Would have been dope as hell, bro. Exactly. It's unfortunate. I always let my best opportunities go when I'm, you know, catch a victory from the jaws of defeat basically every time. Or whatever the saying goes. That's like my own fault. I go over it in the review. We do better next time. That's also why I'm definitely playing Ryzeal at all the YCSs that come this season. And probably Nats on that to that effect. Like, I'm gonna get insane with the best deck in the room, and I'm gonna try to win a YCS. Like, like I love Branded, but that's not a deck to win a YCS with easily. It's like doing extra hard mode. That's like doing Through the Fire and Flames on expert, like triple expert. Not triple expert, but it's definitely expert. Because you saw like Ryan, he like I think Striker is a worse deck than Branded, and he got second, so. Oh. This board is disgusting. Already. Evenly would go so hard though. Set 3 is tough, or set 2 is tough. But I do have Shadal, or no, I took out Shadal Dragon, unfortunately. Unfortunate. Fucking Charmy, dude. Are you kidding me? I guess that's a discard. Okay, well, anyways, triple tactics thrust. I'm being ashed on that. That's crazy. I should have went grass before that, I guess. Yeah, we can just go Gold Sark here. Now, these are definitely imperms. Okay. Okay. I guess I could have went grass first. Yeah, fuck it. Alright, we have branded fusion, plus Star near trigger. He should have went SP here. If we went SP here, he could have made this kind of awkward. Or not really. So one of the sets was Ezra, and I should have known that. I can also go Albion for whatever reason. I don't think that's actually... Go Albion, send Albaz. I don't think that's like a bad idea. So I don't draw into Albaz. Okay, that's kind of bad. I should have just went. I should have went Aluber search red. I don't know why I didn't do that. Also, not milling Shiren there kind of sucks. I can't lie. As a rune does not work here. So Shiren here can make a Grand Guignol. I think that's what I'm making off of that, or Quertus. I think it's Grand Guignol. Wait, that'd be really funny if I can't even gimmick lock now because of that. That's kind of crazy. Oh, wait, what? Oh, yeah, you did. Yeah, I kind of messed up. I should have, nah, I mean, I kind of had, no, yeah, I should have spun back Quem. I'm so bad. I didn't spin back Quem. What the fuck? Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Do I just lose off of that right there? Yeah, I literally lose off of that. I mean, depending on what he has, though. No, he can summon this. Yeah, exactly. So I just lose here. I could have won that though. It's just one of those things. You fuck up once against the best deck, and it's like, okay, great. Just wasted 50 minutes of my time. Ryan is a freak idea. He does it with Sky Striker. He's just one of the best Yu-Gi-Oh players out there. Honestly, I do like the side deck a lot. It's kind of fucking weird, but weird to say, but I do like the side deck. It's like a lot better than my not side deck. Main deck seems fine. Sharon's good. I just need to like think that out. That like if I literally spun back Quem in the end phase, I set red, get Cartesia to my hand, make fucking Sanctifier on my turn and gimmick lock. It's like, I mean, he would have gotten the wait. I was getting Wignall back off of fuck. I hate SP. That's another thing. It's like I forgot SP. I would have gotten Gwignall back. I could have just done it there. So yeah, I just skipped for nothing. It's fine though. I mean, yeah, I've just been streaming for like 4 hours. I guess that'll happen. Okay, I think I'm gonna get off, guys. It's getting a little late. We might be streaming tomorrow anyways. I'm gonna try to, but I probably have plans either way. I do appreciate everyone checking out the channel. It was a crazy good stream today for an off day. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the kind words, and thank you all for coming through to the stream. It was just wonderful talking about the YCS experience with you guys and going over the list and then playing some DB games. Some actually really good DB games. So I've missed playing my last game there, but it's okay. Make sure to check out the TCG player affiliate link down below. Use that for all your purchases if you want to help support the channel for free. Get a kickback on all your card game purchases. Go get the Rage of Abyss. Go buy some Fuwaloses on the TCG player affiliate link. Haven't gotten any of those yet. Or maybe they just haven't registered. But yeah, go pick up some Fuwaloses on there. Obviously, click the join button on YouTube. Subscribe on Twitch if you want to get a hold of the members only group chat. On top of that, you get the name at the end of all my videos. And then also, you get all my deck lists early. You get a little extra help in the text-based group chat. So yeah, guys. I love watching you play. Very relaxing. Eyes purple crying. I'll definitely play more. I definitely have to play more DB because I know people love DB. So I'm gonna definitely be playing more DB on stream. I'm just gonna get some sleep today so I can hopefully stream tomorrow. Maybe just stream early before my plans, and then we can get another stream in. So I do appreciate everybody coming through. CH up, see ya Stera, see ya Magic Geek, GG's bro, glad I could come in. Hell yeah, brother. See ya GZ1K, see ya Gabe, see ya T, see ya Donuts Gaming. See ya Jam Buds. See ya more. Alright, guys. Peace out. Have a good night.